Hello, JP. What's up? This time was like, no. I meant to start a little bit earlier, but I got distracted with trying to edit. Needless to say, I ended up getting sidetracked severely. Oh. How's that? Sorry about that. But let's see. Let's see if I could show you what I was trying to do. Because this stream was meant for to show off Snowbreak and a few other and Nikkei. But what ended up happening, let's go to scene. What ended up happening was I could not, for the life of me, get the images to do what I wanted to do. Because I was trying to get this stuff to do a behind the wall pick, and what ended up happening is that it just progressively got worse. Everything just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And then I finally got something better, and then it got worse and worse. But then I finally got what I wanted to do. So, and then it just kind of went off the rails. And then I got a really nice one, and you can see that, you know, it was doing a picture, but it was not applying it to the face here. So, and I tried, there's another one where I tried to put on a bunny suit, because the event in Nikkei is bunny suits. So I tried getting that done, and all it did was give me bunny ears. It was just like, no. But for every like good pick, I had like God knows how many. Just horrible bad ones. So Rabbit Malone indeed, yes. I mean, I tried. I like this picture too. But this is what I ended up getting for the longest time, was just no faces. Because there was some pictures in here which ended up going pretty interesting, like this one. But then there was blatant issues. And then more blatant issues. But it was starting to, like, this one I wanted, because this one looked dynamic enough, so I kept with it. And it once again, it was just a face. For some reason, the face just refused to go or work or do anything. So, but I tried. Because I wanted to get this done at 4, because that's when everything launched. And it just didn't. It just refused. But let's get started. Because that took me quite a while. And then I was experimenting with animation, and I was just trying to get everything to load, which refused to load. It was hectic, to say the least. Sound coming in? Go. No. Go. audio? Oh, the sound's on. Okay, let me turn it down just a tiny bit. Tiny bit. Tiny bit. Tiny bit. Because ideally, what I wanted to do was have, like, Monday through Friday be maybe, like, anywhere between 2 or 4 to, probably within, like, to where I could raid into someone. So that was the ideal, you know, kind of thing. But today was just, like, well, I might have to take 3 days, so that way, or like take 3 days off. So Monday through Friday, because Saturday and Sunday would be my days off. And then with Saturday and Sunday being my days off, I could use that time to try and experiment, but I might have to take an extra day off to experiment even more, because experimenting on days when I'm streaming, it just takes up that whole block of time. Yeah. But this is Snowbreak. It is quite fun and entertaining, because this is the shooter, the third-person shooter I told you about. It's very, very free to play friendly. Like even the weapon banners, you only need 2 of these. So once you pull one, you just need 1 other. So it's I like this because even the shop, when you go into the shop, this is all the premium stuff, but here is the free stuff. So this is your basic, because I already bought everything, but in one more day it'll refresh. And these are your basic. No wait, this is your premium one. This is for all the limited banners, and I believe this one is for a limited banner, and this is for standard, and this is for standard. This is a recruitment for characters, and these are recruitments for weapons. Yes, anime girls and guns is all you need, because this I will demonstrate now. Actually, let's go. Yeah, let's start with a trial. Start with this is the new character on banner. She got a buff. Because actually I'm going to show you this first, because she is a, where do I have her? Come here, Cirrus. I know you're here somewhere. Cirrus. There she is. She is a shielder, and as you can see, she's a tiny little, petite little thing, but you can kind of see everything there. Like there's nothing. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing there. Go down to this one. Actually, this is a mobile game, so you can play on mobile at any point you want. It's a little bit different on mobile because it's a shooter, but if you have one of those little controller or joysticks, I forgot what they're called, it works plenty with that. So I don't know what they fed her, but needless to say, she got a big buff. But the basic her basic 4-star design is she creates shield. This time she does not have a static shield. She takes the shield and beats people with it. And she is a shotgun character. That yellow portion right there is destructible objects. every single character has, or every single, a lot of these characters have destructible objects. I probably should turn it down. And the only real problem with shotguns is, well, this reload time. Because so far in the game there isn't any mag-fed shotguns. Damn, she's powerful. But this character is not, well, she has a 5-star variant, but this version right here is playing games on her phone is alien to you. But this one summons turrets. And as long as they get within range, it'll all be good. Ow. Assault rifles are not exactly good against destructible objects, like this armor. But if you get it, it'll cause a stun. And here is Acacia. She has a big ass hand cannon, but she's actually a support. She can be used on field, but realistically, you kind of don't want her, unless. Yeah, they. Yeah. Because originally they went all in on the fan service. Originally it was a lot of tactical kind of aesthetic. And what this I'll show you the original designs. Like you had her, for instance. And so well, I bought one of these skins. This is her original design. And she has, because she's a very popular character, so she has a lot of character skins. And this is where they do the monetization. So it's free to play until character skins. So that they're going the Azur Lane route. So if you know Azur Lane, then you know it's pretty obvious. And here's the 5-star version of the girl with the turrets. She turns into a massive shooter variant. So a lot of these characters end up having skins, character skins. This was last character. And here's this character skin for her. She has a split personality. That's actually, she had a really awesome story last event. She because she's a 4-star, she doesn't really get much, and she was relatively new. Some 4-stars do get character skins, so you get like the office lady, and then you get battle damage version, and then here's the big sis. She's all oh, hey WB. Oh yeah. I was just telling that I was going through trying to generate images that would go really well with shooting over cover, and failed. I massively failed. I was trying to go with the Nikkei, pose, and it just refused to do it. So I was like, okay, you know what? I kind of want to stream today. It's already taking way too long because I intended to stream this at 4 when all of these games updated, and I couldn't get the pick done. I couldn't get anything going, so I was just like, slap everything together. But actually, that does remind me of another thing. Is that, nope. What? Let me just switch this over right quick. Because I think. Why isn't the? Okay. I think that. Okay. Thank God. Okay. So see, this is that the character itself, for some reason, I kept setting this to a background and like to be see-through, and it just refused. For some reason, it auto defaults to white. So I had to click this in the thing, and that's when I was able to put it in, and I just quickly set everything together. I originally wanted to put like to experiment more with editing, and it everything failed, everything borked. So I was like, okay, put Snowbreak here in this corner, put Nikke in this corner. It was the most half-assed thing I could ever possibly think of, but it worked. For some reason, me not carrying and throwing things together worked quicker than me trying to. Yes, I really enjoy this game. It's a very fun game. Oh, probably should. This is Acacia. She's like a top tier support character. And here's the 4-star variant. That's the turret girl. Here is the 4-star variant of her. So you get different versions and variants of them. I have her, but I don't have her built because she is essentially a one-trick pony. She does this thing is basically a gigantic laser beam, and it's quite fun and entertaining to use, but you have to have, because all that is based around your special skill, and that special skill is, well, but this is what the original character skins used to look like. And the reason why I say used to look like is because they went for like this tactical thing, and then they started slowly drifting, because even this was kind of tactical, but then they started slowly drifting into the Azure Lane kind of aspect. And she's the perfect prime example of this, because this was her skimpier outfit at the time, and then it went to this. So they are going all in, but they are massively selling on character skins. Yeah, a lot of people preferred the tactical suits, but with them not being profitable in the gacha system, because their gacha system is genuinely fair. So, in essence, a lot of people were just pulling one of these. Oh yeah, I should probably show that. Is that technically you only need to pull one of these characters, and the reason why is because, yes, I ended up buying her skin. I couldn't resist, because this is what she usually looks like, and she has a prosthetic leg. But because some people were unnerved by the prosthetic leg, they just gave her a better looking prosthetic leg. I mean, she still has it, but you know, it is what it is. And then this one, they gave her the full leg, but they put her in a very skimpy ball-like dress. And then this is the new skin. And she acts essentially as a turret. But manifestations. This is how you level up the character. So as long as you pull one, you can do this, get all this for free. So all you do is you go into the personnel file and boom. Because I already completed these missions, and these missions reward you with the extract, the little pieces, and then you just go boop, and you get extra pieces. So it is really like you don't have to spend a dime on it. But if you want to show support to the game, then you can if you want. So I wanted to show support to the game, so I bought some character skins. So I was probably some of the issue there. But let's go into the gameplay. This is going to be easy missions, at least for me. I'm going to show you the difference because I think it was JP that already saw what she did as a 5-star version, and I can show you what she did as a 4-star version. And she's kind of cool in that regard because she does this shield. So in essence, she becomes invulnerable. Well, as long as you're past the shield, it'll protect you. The 5-star version, yeah, she takes her shield and just bashes people with it. This, the character that I have right now is a crossbow character, and she has an alternate fire, which is an AoE. Now the missions do get harder, it's just that I'm on a lower level of this mission. And each of the missions themselves are kind of like your basic, your basic thing. And she, Enya, this is Enya, and she's a support. Because what she does is causes this little barrier, or this little thing, and as long as you are in here, she boosts skill damage and... Let's see if I can trigger one. When this thing is full, when this little battery is full, it starts to drain and you get extra damage. And because what she does, she's frost, or she's frost and she's electric. So as long as I fill that battery will start to drain and will put electric damage onto her. So she'll cause both frost and electric damage. Hello, Locust. Oh, it's just my own personal things. I like. Okay, this this is all I had time for was like gacha games. So I ended up choosing gacha games that I genuinely like, and I ended up just playing the gacha games. And considering that the AAA whole scene is pretty much shit, I ended up having a strong affection for gacha games. But with her when she's in basic mode, she just fires slowly. But if I activate her skill, you can see in the bottom left corner that her SP starts to drop. Yeah, the gacha games have taken a step up, a massive step up, because I don't think there's anything in this genre that is like shooter based. So I've been quite enjoying it. And because I think the last one was I can't remember which. It was one of the Tom Clancy games, I think. And this skill allows you to tag and target enemies. So as long as I haven't ball tagged, it'll put some of that damage onto the other enemies. She's decently powerful. Just out. She just doesn't have much crowd control. Because you think that she would, but she's really good at bosses with multiple parts. Yeah, this one, that's why I love Snowbreak. Snowbreak is massively free to play. So much so that what their main gimmick is as I showed earlier, are character skins. So they sell you the character skins. So some characters have more skins than others, but because this is by the default, but you get character skin, character skin, character skin. I bought her character skin. And then, depending on how popular it is, they basically went the Azure Lane route. Because, let's see. So they give, like, massive character skins. I think there's still... Okay. Yeah, that's her. So, every single one of those, they give you a free trial on the character skins. So that way you can see if you like it or not. This is the same Cirrus girl that has the shield. And the only difference being is that she's not the 4-star version. And she's actually really interesting. Yeah, that was not in her normal usual skin. But they also have, this is a healing sniper rifle, but they do have better sniper rifles. But she's a healer. So she doesn't really do much other than heal. So if I was injured in any way, I have this thing. Yeah. It is very, very similar to League in that way. They allow you to test everything. So if they have a character in here, they allow you to test it. So they allow, like, all of this is all advertisement to their character, or like all the different character skins. I want to test that out one more time, because I don't remember her going damn near topless in this one. Come on. And they also give, like, so that way you don't have to charge energy for the ultimate. They just give you it. Oh no, she does go topless. Ow. Oh, League doesn't. I thought League did. Okay then. Now that everything that I'm fighting right now is basic chaff. But where this actually starts to shine is in this, the bosses. So each of these bosses have different mechanics. let's see. Let's go with Enya. And I'm definitely going to want a... do I want a healer? No, let's go with the shield. So this will show and demonstrate what everything is. Oh, the only thing is in Snowbreak, they ended up, in order to cut, because the game essentially almost went end of service, so they ended up cutting the English voice actors. But now it's because they went the whole Kuming route with like full-on Azure Lane style. It basically saved the game and is now in a very, very, very good place. Yeah. This character was from the technically the summer event, but the summer event was put into winter because no, there's no double. There was, because I can switch it into it, but it's just from a point. From I forgot what patch it was, but from one point there was no more added dub. So from I wonder if I can audio, voice, language. Voice English, because I don't think she has an English voice. No, she does not. But talk, damn it. Okay, we're going into a match. Because this will at least show that I don't even think she got an English VA. And Frisia. Oh, that's what you meant.
I mean, this is just how the lead should look now.
Yeah, the English VAs were kinda...
Situation is under control. It's like they don't even calculate their odds of success. Brute force attacks are so last year. Situation is under control. Reloading. So, you've realized you need me then?
I think, I think she was like one of the few that actually did have a good VA. Oh boy, this is awesome.
Focus, Fanny. Don't worry, I'm present.
This is not optimal in the least.
Don't come over here. My turn. Try not to blink.
But as you can see, like the bosses do take some big hits. And it's
Reloading.
all a shooting game. Some of the characters, because this is an older character, some of the characters have kind of bad specials. So, for instance, her, she causes a massive AoE effect, which causes a defense debuff and a bunch of other things. But the problem with her is that it stays in that location. So if a character moves around, like this guy, there's going to be problems. Yeah, you're not going to have the SpongeBob characters, because they were decently good about that, about not having that. It's but you can definitely tell that the voice acting on some of the characters wasn't exactly.
I can't promise anything, okay? Cooperation can be risky.
And this is the character I told you about that has this massive laser beam.
Raise the temperature.
I do not have her built at all. Ow!
Doesn't fit with the data.
I do not have her built at all. That's the only bad thing about that. Is that it gives you enough stuff to build her or build the characters, but I don't have the characters built at the moment, or some of the characters. I have the characters I like built. So for that one, because I'm already at the top, because I'm already at the max level of that boss stage. Because what ends up happening is that with this, you have stages within these boss levels. So you have stage. Oh, I can't go back. But you have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5. Once you get to stage 5, that's when it goes through a whole bunch of different things. So, for instance, you cannot die. That being one of them. So none of your characters in your 3-character tier roster cannot die. And this once you get to this point, it's all optional, because all the rewards are for everything beneath that. So all you really need to do is just go to stage 4. So if you're finding it very difficult, you don't have to worry about that. And the ranking gets reset every single time a new boss is reset. So you get all these different little rewards, but all you get for it is these little what's it called? These little avatar frames, and you get these avatar frames until the next reset. So you get to have a nice, cool little avatar frame that you get bragging rights on. So nothing here is like substantial enough to where you're just like, okay, just throw like several $1,000 at it. Okay, let's go with characters that I actually have built. I do want, yeah. And I probably shouldn't have used her there. Let's go with Acacia.
The mission has started. Adjutant, what are you looking at?
The bad thing about this enemy or this boss is that he leaves trails. So all that ice down there on the ground.
Reloading. It's
Shit.
nothing. Not a problem. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry.
Now I'm just playing horribly. Playing horribly bad.
I've got you. Supplies. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry.
With this boss, you have to aim at all those little parts. So it makes some of the characters kind of entirely not optimal.
Supplies.
Okay, that's the first stage.
Do not resist.
Oh crap, reload. This is not good, not good, not good, not good. Thank God. Because what he's doing is he's charging up. If he charges that up, it's basically an instant kill.
Reloading. The lightning repels you.
Stay still a little longer. Stay still long. Yes! Because that's the only bad thing about having static special abilities like that. Is that this game is very, very, very mobile. So even though there is a cover system, it's not really used. Uh-oh. Can you do anything about that?
It's nothing. Not a problem. Reloading. Supplies. Resist. I got you. The lightning repels you. Supplies.
Yep, I'm basically trying to do a lot of precision shots with. Those are little mini explosions, if you haven't noticed.
It's nothing. Not a problem.
And those little mini explosions can actually deal quite a lot of damage.
I got you. Supplies.
Ah, shit!
Reloading. Remembered everything so clearly. None of it mattered.
Oh, I took some bad hits.
Great. Just great.
Definitely took some bad hits. But the like the boss levels, because this each and every single boss is something different. And then I already completed this, but there's one more day on this. But this is basically your dungeon crawl. Well, it's kind of like your Genshin Tower kind of thing. But once you it's easy. It's very, very easy. But the Paradoxal Labyrinth is your dungeon crawl. This is the one that actually is really cool and interesting, because this one allows, this is a special mode. This is like for events and whatnot, but your standard mode is what do I want to do? Let me see. You know, I don't think I've shown the snipers yet, so let's go with Yow. And Yeah, that should be good.
This seems dangerous.
But the characters, like a lot of the old, like a lot of the standard characters, everything here has
Okay.
like these characters.
Let's investigate.
These characters all have English VAs.
All right, fine,
But
sure.
when it came to the newer characters, yes, there's actually a lot of content.
This seems dangerous. You're a nut. Going to like this.
Oh, that's another thing.
That's what they pay us for.
These- oh shit.
Target under control.
The characters can be classified down to as
Let's investigate.
so for instance, these red
Supplies.
health bars are just your health bar. The yellow health
Quickly as
bars
possible, folks.
requires shotguns and sniper rifles and whatnot in order to destroy them.
Don't
Otherwise,
waste a shot.
it's not going to do anything. The blue health bars are shields. So, I mean,
Always more work.
as long as you can do that, it's good. But
We
generally
gotta forget
speaking, you need a kinetic weapon in order to take out the shield, which I don't think I have, because this is a chaos weapon, as you can tell by the blue little dots.
All right, fine, sure.
And she is flamed by the red dots,
All right, fine, sure.
and she's frost.
Winter warmer for you.
Now this guy is basically a tank, so depending on the situation, you could aim for the head, but you know it's still gonna deal that, or you can aim for the weapon, and the weapon will auto kill him. For some reason, for him, it's a lot. It had a very rocky start in the beginning because I believe the servers were not. They were not expecting that many people to join or to try it out. So the servers crashed, and they crashed for like a day or two. And then once they got everything up to par, then it had other issues as well, and so a lot of people just kind of threw it off. So they were basically in rush mode or rushdown mode, trying to get everything padded out. But by the time they did, a lot of people just kind of considered Snowbreak to be a joke. But now, it's not so much. And this is where you get your little things right here. And all of this stuff will, in essence, buff you. But you get a choice about what you want to do. So I can get battle supplies. I can get... If you know what the enemies are and what the enemies do, you can go, okay, I prefer these guys over these guys. So it gives you options, which is generally good, because then you can choose exactly and precisely what you want to do, where you want to fight. Yeah, the boss fights are really good.
Better get serious.
In every single event, they make new boss fights. So I have not played through the story of this event yet to know what the boss fight does or is. Now, some of these, because they're bots, but some of these, like that weird little bot on the far
This
right,
seems dangerous.
is artillery. So,
You're a nut. Going to like this thing. I am reborn.
oh,
Target under control.
and it her special move transfers her into essentially a walking
Winter
artillery
warmer
piece.
for you.
And as long as you keep, as long as she has refills like from the SP and whatnot, you can essentially just keep this
That's what
going
they pay
unlimited,
us for.
which is actually Yao's special ability, because she requires a lot, like a major. In a lot of ways she's kind of crap, because
You get her for DM?
she needs a
I should
big
think
heavy
so.
investment. She needs a flame weapon in order to be good. and she needs to have a big, heavy investment. But if you can get her to that investment, she's actually pretty decent. Because she can deal like the most single target damage in the game. Yeah, crit. So this is genuinely a very, very, very fun. It has me hooked because it has that run and gun kind of style to it that you just it tickles that that itch in a lot of ways.
Better get serious.
Now, because each of these arenas are counted as arenas, I can't. In this case, I can't have my special up all the time. But in other things like co-op matches,
you're a nut. Going to
you
like
can.
this. Target under control.
And what this does is it puts a dummy, and as long as you hit that dummy, you're basically hitting the enemy without necessarily having to hit the enemy.
I'm coming. What happened? That didn't even register. You're a nut. Going to like this.
Usually I don't go with
great.
snipers, because so far that hasn't been one I've really liked.
We should be out of here on
but
the dot.
I ended up pulling her. No, I think I pulled Fenny. Yeah, I pulled Fenny first. And then I pulled her, and then I by giving like, cause they gave you a bunch of free pulls, like a ridiculous amount of free pulls, and with those free pulls, I managed to get her special character weapon.
Better get serious.
They just kind of have talks. It's weird. And this is the shop for your internal things. So, unlike in most games where you have like a tower mode, this has a tower, almost roguelike kind of a mode. So you get to just purchase whatever the hell you want. Now, with her, like her right here, because this has been out for almost a year, I've been waiting for her to release. So I have two accounts, one that I've just been waiting, and then the other one I've just been kind of experimenting with. So I'm hoping that they release
Better get
Esther,
serious.
which is this character.
I am reborn. Always more work. Target under control. Winter warmer for you. That qualifies us for hazard pay.
She has a really cool look, though. That's why I enjoy her, and she has dual machine guns. So far, they haven't released a character that has machine guns yet. So the most recent one that they released was Katya, which was the crossbow character. So they don't have machine guns in the game yet, and they don't have automatic shotguns in the game yet.
Always more work. Winter warmer for you. Target under control. That's what they pay us for.
Now, to be fair, I am on the highest difficulty.
I am reborn.
Because I've already completed this thing all through everything.
Great.
If I was doing this thing for
Right.
any of the in-game currency,
That's what they pay us for.
you don't do the harder difficulty. You go with the second hardest difficulty. because that allows you to get it go through a lot quicker. But I just want to demonstrate and show what the game actually. Gosh!
You should talk to your union. Press for better working conditions. Target under control. Great. Just great.
Now that guy right there is actually nasty because he has the ability to silence all your skills and abilities.
Supplies. Winter
So,
warmer for you.
Depending on who you have as a
That's
character,
what they pay us for.
that can actually just nerf you severely.
If things keep going like this, we should be out of here on the dot.
There is a character with a lever action shotgun. I mean, not a lever action sniper rifle. But she is unique. I don't have her, but she pairs well with characters that have high ultimate abilities. She is in essence the bunny character of this game. The problem
This seems dangerous.
is that she doesn't really deal much damage. She is pure support.
Target under control.
So she was the character
Winter
that
warmer for you.
before they started realizing what they wanted to do with the character or with the game, they were creating. They created her. So instead of the characters being on-field sub DPS, like so for instance,
I'm coming.
she's a support because, well, she does a lot of stuff that is mostly just support oriented. But they learned their lesson, so they make them much more.
All right, fine, sure.
They make them much more on field because someone might actually want to do that.
You're a nut. Going to like this.
Shit.
Target under control. I assume that qualifies us for hazard pay.
Yeah. So in this mode, you actually get in this mode you can get your characters very, very, very powerful.
This seems dangerous.
That one. So, with me, I haven't really used Yao all that much because
Better get serious.
I tend to like characters that are far more aggressive.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's not that she's bad. It's because you can see by the damage that I'm dealing with.
That didn't even register.
She's really good. It's just not my playstyle.
All right, fine.
Plus,
sure.
another thing that I don't
Winter warmer
really
for
like
you.
is her when she's in her ultimate form. Oh,
Okay. Let's
she has a slight lag because shit.
supplies.
Okay.
Wander, waver until your end. Quickly as possible, folks. Target under control. You're a nut. Going to like this. You should Talk to your union. Press for better working conditions. If things keep going like this,
There we go.
we should be out of here in the duct. Supplies.
Let's see. The boss. It's not that it's not that she's crap, because she's actually really good. It's just that she's really bad on field. So it's kind of like a toss up there, because she's not bad. She pairs well with Yao. She pairs well with Frisia, which was the big laser beam girl that you saw. But because she
Talk to your union. Press for better working conditions.
Because she is a buffer to that degree, it's she's good to have. She's really good to have, but at the same time, you know, yeah, she's good for what she does. Like, she's amazing for what she does, but you don't want to use her on field. So even if you wanted to make her as a main DPS, you just can't. She's not built for that. Now, all these things are bosses, but they're bosses in this game mode, so they don't really have the big super OP abilities that they usually do. Because this guy, this big ass mech that I'm about to fight, causes on his ultimate form, causes
This seems dangerous.
red trails to appear on the ground. So it depending on where you're moving about on the map, can deny like large swaths of the map to you.
You're a nut. Going to like this.
Actually, I'll show you some of his movesets, because this boss isn't on rotation at the moment. So that's a shockwave, and that was when he does that. When he's on his final like the big ultimate boss move, that will cause a massive flame to trail from him, and he'll do 3 of those. So he does that, and that becomes more rapid fire. And he also has this big ass cannon right there on that side, which he is not using for some reason. Oh, there he is. Now he's. Oh no, no.
Winter warmer for you.
So even though I'm on the hardest difficulty of this mode, it's not like the end all be all
That qualifies us for hazard pay.
kind of mode. Yes. Let's go there. Oh, I probably should have mentioned what all that did. But in essence, what that does is it allows you to select what is in those mystery. Because ordinarily, because I have everything upgraded, or as much of everything upgraded, a lot of this stuff would be blanked. So this would be a question mark. This might be a question mark, and this would be a boss stage or something like that. So it gives you just enough data, but not enough. Unless so what you have to do is just level up the skills in that in those trees in order to get that information.
Winter warmer for you. Target under control.
guy's taking a lot more hits than I thought he would.
Winter warmer for you. Target under control. I assume that qualifies us for hazard pay.
The only bad thing about her is that her basic shots are slow. So she acts typically like your atypical sniper. Her skill ability though is a quick reload shot, and those quick reload shots cause big fire damage. So it allows you to bypass all of this.
You're not going to like this.
Oh. And you can start just boom, 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 knocking them out. And as long as you have the shots lined up. Let's see if we can get a shot. I want a shot. Because I have 700 points that I want to spend.
Better get serious.
Yeah. Because her whole ability is that she heats up. So she is, in essence, she's lazy. She's super duper lazy until she's in combat. So once she's in combat, she tends to overheat. So with her, because all of her skills are flame based, she causes a massive explosions on pretty much every single thing. But if you don't have a flame weapon, she kind of gets nerfed.
You're not.
Because everything, absolutely everything about her is geared towards flame weaponry.
Target under control. You should talk to your union. Press for better working conditions. If things keep going like this, we should be out of here on the dot.
Oh, Yao. Yes. Wait. Winter Light. Oh, that's not the right Yao. This is this Yao. Winter Light is the healing thing. So, because I'm running 2 Yaos, I thought this was this Yao. But it's this Yao. But you have, yeah, let's do this boss, because this boss, I don't think I showed you. Yeah, I think it might have been a grammatical error.
This seems dangerous.
Or something similar to that, but it's not.
I am reborn.
It's not too bad.
Great. Yes, great. You should talk to your winter warmer for you.
That's what I mean. If you're already committed to be a mid shot or after shot.
Target under control.
That's why ow!
Supplies.
I generally don't like her. I mean, it's not that she's bad. She deals so much damage. It's just that she's not for me. And now that his siege mode is done, he's gonna get hyper aggressive.
I should think so. Supplies. Winter warmer for you.
Shit, missed.
Target under control. I assume that qualifies us for hazard pay.
There we go. Actually, in the future, there might be 3 Yaos. So one that does like just flame, one that does frost, and then one that does chaos. Because it's all the characters themselves are not because it's all the same character. The only difference being is that they're wearing different suits and equipment. So it changes things up quite differently. So that way it doesn't interrupt with the
This seems
overall
dangerous.
characters. Oh, thank God. Yeah. Frostbite. Okay, I can't, because I don't have any more of these refresh tokens. I can't refresh the shop, so I'll have to just buy. What's this one? Is this tokens? Yeah, why not? Let's see what I can get rid of. Dust-Light, no. I don't want to keep that. Pieces, no, I want to keep that. Targets, yeah, let's get rid of that. Oh, there's that boss again. So what this match can do is turn into a boss rush mode in some.
This seems dangerous. Winter warmer for you.
Because here's this guy again. He has another form which is annoying, very, very annoying. Because he right now he's in power armor. He has a mech suit,
Target
and
under
that mech
control.
suit is nasty because you can't deal damage to his health.
Great.
So all of
You're
his
not going to
you have to
like
basically
this.
strip away his pieces of armor in order to get to him.
I am reborn.
So this, you kind of have to know how bosses work and function in order to be good at the game. You can't just dump a whole bunch of money into it and think. you still have to put in the work of the game.
Supplies.
And if he's in that yellow mode or that yellow bar, he can't take any damage. But with some characters,
You're a nut.
as long as you
Going to
keep
like
shooting
this.
them, you can still keep stacking stuff. So
Supplies. Great. Great.
Oop.
You got it for Dan? I should think so. Winter warmer for you.
And that's what I think is really cool, because these bosses all have unique abilities and unique skills that do that. So with him, he'll put a massive barrier around, which well, is meant to enclose you. But as long as you catch it early enough, you can actually dodge past it or dodge through it.
Winter warmer for you.
Oh, which I did not do.
You got it for Dan? I should think so. Target under control. Great. Just great.
Would you die?
I assume that
There we go.
qualifies us for hazard pay.
Okay, I think I'm on... Yes, the last boss. And the last boss is one of my favorite bosses.
This seems
Only because
dangerous.
I just really like her.
Supplies. If things keep going, I am reborn.
Yes, the
Always
game
more
does have
work.
co-op. Well, I'll actually show that to you next.
Target
The
under
game actually does have a lot of co-op.
You're a nut. Going to like this. Great. Just great. Supplies. Winter warmer for you. Great. Just great. I assume that
Boom.
qualifies us for hazard pay.
Well, on the positive side, that was the very first time I've ever completed that with her. So, yeah, that's that. And, oh, this stuff right here is just your XP. I have not done a lot of this stuff, so I really should, but but this is your buy tree. So that gives you a bunch of these things, and you can go through it all. So you have shotguns, sniper rifles, submachine guns, assault rifles. Those crossbows here somewhere. Must be blind. Pistols. And all these things do something different. And no, that's not. Giggling. There we go. This is the co-op mode, or one of the co-op modes. Okay, you're running her. Guess I'll run her. Depending on because an event just dropped. Probably not many people are going to be in co-op mode, but you know there is a co-op mode, and they have events that are also centered around co-op mode. Okay, I guess they just started it with because you can go into co-op mode as single player, so that's not an issue. Let's go with that. But or you can go in with 2 players. But this most co-ops are 2 players. Probably should have picked
snacks.
Now, as you can see that with her, it automatically switched back to Japanese VA. And the reason behind that is because they don't have this version or this character's version of the English VA.
Don't worry, I'm here.
So, when it comes to certain abilities and certain key skills, it will just default. So you'll hear her say something in English and then all of a sudden Japanese. Now this guy is kind of annoying. But you do get those indicators. That's one thing about this game. It's kind of like a third-person shooter, also
snacks.
MOBA-esque kind of thing. Because you do get to see the lines when enemies are activating it. They apply to everyone. So if you have, like for instance, right now we're using a support character. So this support character, I have a weapon on her, which as long as I'm using the skills, which is this, it gives a boost to damage to my ally and myself. And so that's why I say, like, as a main DPS, there's some characters that, you know, that this is the reason why they changed over and switched over to every single support character needs to be to some degree a sub DPS to some degree, because sometimes you get into matches like this and well, people like playing co-op. So having someone that's support or dedicated support or healer can actually help. Increase center skill. So you have all these different little things to worry about or to look at and be either amazed
Don't
by,
worry, I'm
confused.
here.
I forgot I don't have her movement skill. But in that form, she turns into like a little box, and she can move towards the enemy and explode. But and also heals as well. But I don't have her manifestations unlocked enough to where, you know, that where I can move. So for her, this little battery thing is amazing because with her, she's all skill based. But even if she wasn't all skill based, she'd still have she would still have that battery ability to to shoot. Yeah, that's the what's it called? The skin that it does. It's very, very, very fan servicey. It is quite fun though. But let's go into weapons. Train. So you get your weapon skills, abilities, upgrades. Modify this if you have another weapon and you can put that one in. It's basically your weapon system, but unlike this, you only need one. So you just need to pull the weapon and then get one more, and then boom, it's maxed out. You're good. But you get parts. I probably picked the worst character for this, so let me go with her. And I forgot shotguns. Okay, shotguns only have 3 parts. Let's pick. Okay, there we go. Now, you get you can actually do parts with your weapons. So this one you get aim down sight, mode accuracy, and attack. This one does accuracy and defense. That one does aim down sight, breath shake, and max HP, accuracy, and max HP. And that's just the scope. You go with suppressor, and it does entirely different things. So you get interrupt abilities, optimal range, stabilities, and destructible object. So that's all the yellow bars that you see. All yellow bars are considered destructible objects, and that will cause stuns and whatnot. And the magazines, I haven't, because I don't play with sniper rifles all that much, so I don't really have all this stuff. But you get different things as well. And this little cube right here comes from the girl that you like, that has the lever action. So she's basically this this bunny magician girl. So you actually do have a lot of customization in this game. More so than a lot. Frost? Is that one of you guys? I don't think it's one of you guys. But you get this thing allows you to get like more stamina and everything else. So you can claim all, do all that. And this is what I was going to show you before. This is basically your dormitory. your dormitory does a whole bunch of different things. It acts as a main base, as well as this is basically Tetris right here, and you get that to get items for your characters. So, for instance, all this you get to put it into their dorm system. So, some of it is interactable. Well, all of it is interactable with with these characters, but sometimes, as of recently, they've added the ability to interact with yourself. So they're really leaning in on that. The character that I think you said you liked with the lever action one, but the parts come from weapons. So when you level up a weapon to a certain degree, that's when it upgrades everything. So, for instance, I'll go into my storage. Let's go with here we go. Let's go with a weapon that's not upgraded. So you see level 50 unlocked. As soon as this weapon unlocks to 50, I get this. So most purple weapons will have that, and I mean they literally just give this stuff away. So you can get that stuff in the shop.
Flattering. Play to the crowd.
Right there, and this just costs your in-game currency, like the cash, and you can also buy parts, pieces, or even weapons. So, like as I mentioned, like this game is full on free to play because you can just buy weapons. So that's why I said like they found their way of profitability, and it was the costumes. It was the costumes and a bunch of other little random bits and bobs. But all this stuff can be gotten via just playing different modes. No, let's see. I'm trying to find. I know I skipped it. Well, this is where you pool, like your actual pooled weapons, your pooled stuff. You can actually start putting this towards this. So, regardless of what you do, like, actually, I'll just do a pool here. Yoop. And this gives you that currency, that special currency, that you can just go in and just buy weapons. And with how much they just give you overall, you will eventually get whatever you want. Yes, yeah, the skin. That's why a lot of people have been going in on this game recently, super hardcore, because it's like the monetization is all in the skins.
Life Pestla. Heimdall Force reporting.
Okay, let's skip that one. Okay. Oh, and they also changed the what's it called? This. So regardless of what you do, you're always going to get something. So even if you've like this is not even a case of like you're pulling this, you have a chance to pull characters, but then you also get a guaranteed this when you reach 165 pulls. But you're also going to get her, pretty early as well. Yeah, this game is not power creep at all. All the characters are balanced to different and varied degrees. So, for instance, she's very, very, very good at shooting. Her special ability is those that rain of arrows, but there are better special abilities. Her is a rapid fire shotgun that scales with a crit. So you get extra crit, and yeah, right here. The coronet increases by 28% by the crit rate. So her crit rate goes out by massive 28%, and then 4% for each 100 alignment index, which is your characters, or like, well, your support characters. And then each shot has a 25% to fire one extra pellet. So for a shotgun, that this can stack and snowball very quickly. So when you look at the character, you kind of want to just every character has their place. So not one character is just like super duper overpowered, but they do have a specific plot in place to where they can do really, really well. And then you have your dailies, which I've not done all right now because I was demonstrating all this. But it's this is the story right here. This is all the challenges. And this is the event store. And the event store, you get your logistics, which I wonder why I can't look at the character. I could have sworn I could look at the character. Huh. Oh well. But needless to say, these are the logistics for that new character. This is the gun for the new character. And this is basically if you don't want to pull on her main weapon. So you get this weapon, which is actually really powerful as well. So they gear everything to where like they just give you everything. So as long as you're just playing the game, you're gonna unlock everything. It's one of the massive benefits. Let's see. Yeah, this is the character I like. Oh. So I'm hoping that they make her playable at some point, especially with the anniversary right around the corner. I don't know. I hope they do, but I'm not certain. Yeah, this is still a skill-based game, because regardless of what you do, you still have to play the game. I'll show off Fenny. So with this,
I'm going to have to punish you.
She
Take the bow and exit stage right. Already
that little
reloading.
bar that you see charging up, as long as I keep hitting something, that bar does not go down. And as long as I have that, she essentially
As if objective complete.
can fire
A big surprise.
much faster. It is kind of a whiplash doing multi voices like that. For certain characters, yeah, like for Fenny, if she's in hallways, yeah, she's massively good. Like any kind of close perspective kind of thing.
My turn. Trying to.
So as long as with this character, as long as I have SP, she can still keep firing. It's why I like her. I mean, it kind of sticks you in place, and you're kind of just a turret. And I don't know if it would be entertaining to watch that all the time, but like from a streaming perspective, but it is, you know, entertaining, at least to play. But you also get your standard like auto clear, and that will give you all the little currency for that for the event. And there we go. So once, like, if you wanted to, you can just go done. Like, you're just done. And you can just get all your dailies done get out of the way and whatnot. Oh, right. And during this event, or during events in general, they give you memory chips. So the memory chips are used in the personal files. So if there's any character that you unlocked that you wanted to, like, let's say limited character like this, limited, etc., you can just use those memory chips on them. I can use that now, because they always give you 12 right out the gate as a daily, and then you can just boop, and that's how you upgrade your characters. So you theoretically could pool for multiple times for the characters, but you really don't need to, and that's how you upgrade. With Kacha you can, because you just press E once and then just act as a turret. No, trust me, I get exactly what you mean, because I think, let me test this out.
Looking for me?
Oh crap. I have not put the trust in her, but this is the touch simulation, which they added. Let's just put it like that. It's pretty much self-explanatory. Decline. But yeah, they've just been going all in on the Coom aspect, but it still has a lot of people kind of confused about, because the story itself is very intriguing. It's basic. If any of you know what like Warhammer 40K is, in essence, this whole story is about crap, what is it called? Like Ragnarok hitting. And what it's doing is creating all these little trees of the apocalypse all over the place. So when those trees start to open up and bloom, they start causing massive panic, massive issues. So they basically spread in essence the warp all over the place. So all those enemies that you saw, unless they're human, unless they're specified to be human, are all mutations of humans. So the story is very interesting, because if you know how the warp works in Warhammer, then you know exactly what's going on, except that it's made manifest in the world, which basically would mean a complete and total extinction of no, but they have other characters, I think. Let's see. I wonder if they have an archive of that boss. So for instance, she's the boss. I mean, you don't have testicles in the neck, no, but you have gigantic titties. And then you have this woman who is literally a cage. You know the one that I told you about that had the split personality, Cherno? She, when she was a boss, she has her alternate self inside here as a gigantic shell prison. So far you don't get there are vehicles. There is one vehicle and you can ride the vehicle, but you can't operate the vehicle as of yet. But there are turrets in the game, and this is the new boss. I don't know what she does because I haven't played the story through yet, but that's the new boss. And apparently Katja is another boss that was released. Because when she was released, she was originally a boss. And she was well beloved enough that they turned into a character. So she is in this weird position where she's like, she's a morally gray character. Yeah, yeah. She does look like the Kill la Kill boss. I forgot what her name was. The mother. Just a different color scheme. So I have no idea how she plays or functions as of yet. But we can certainly see by doing the story. I don't this is gonna be spoilers because that is one thing that I like about this, is that most of the time when you get like these kind of things, they have the story as a separate thing, so they don't have it in conjunction with the event. This is in conjunction with the event, so they want you to go through their story, so they make it a part of the event, so that way you're always caught up with the story. So this might be spoilers for later on, but well, you know. For the next news story, the tree, these are the apocalypse trees in the Kuru region, has become active once again. The road leading into the Lanka Peninsula has been closed off and reportedly will not be reopened for the next 2 months. Now that summer is upon us, tropical storms will be frequenting Kuru Coast. Once such a hurricane rose, which is expected to make landfall in 25 hours. Experts remind residents and tourists in coastal areas to exercise caution. Kuru Coast is the area that had all the summer event, but they basically they sprung the summer event early because they needed to. Well, in the very beginning, it was not doing well, so they sprung the summer event early in order to get revenue in. So technically speaking, their summer event is in winter, but because this game is nothing about, like, it's all winter, all year long. It's weird. It's weird and somewhat poetic that their summer event is in our winter, since all of their seasons are winter. Yes, a lot of this is based off of Norse mythology, or just all mythology. So all those manifestations that you saw, or like all the characters that you see, are manifestations. So they're manifestations of gods. So all those characters are based off a god to some degree. So, but in what happens is that in order for them to do that, they basically have to be dismantled. So when the trees hit or when the trees erupt, you either become a figment or like almost like a warp shadow or warp spirit, like some sort of warp entity, or you essentially become a god. And some of the characters, like Life, the one that I showed you that had the tactical gear and like 4 different types of outfits, she's Odin. So in character, in lore wise, all these characters are technically quote unquote disabled. So Life actually has a missing eye. Katya has a missing leg. There was another woman that was an Indian one, and she's based off of one of the Indian gods. I forgot which. Yes, Ragnarok already happened, and this is them trying to put everything back together. Adjutant, wake up. Huh? Where are we? Dazzling sunlight shone onto me through one of the Skycliff's porthole windows, causing my groggy eyes to close once more. Cirrus didn't give me a chance to continue dozing. She excitedly pulled me up and turned me around, so I basically pressed up against the porthole. We arrived in the Kuru region 2 hours ago. New Hentiro is down below us now. As Cirrus stared out the window, I followed her gaze to see skyscrapers poking out above the clouds. Soon, entire buildings and even streets below them gradually came into view. And let's do that. Floating in the sky, isolated from the outside world, New Hentiro was one of the famed cities of miracles. I was looking at it with my own eyes and all of its magical, mysterious... I probably should have scrolled down. Actually, there's a log. City of Miracles. Oh, mysterious glory. I guess I just cut off that word. The 3 of us had set out for New Hentiro to find a way to handle the Titanogen contamination. That's the warp, almost like the warp contamination. That's what turns you. In essence, the snow in Snowbreak is not actual snow. It's a massive contamination. It's similar to like that of nuclear waste or a biocontamination. And once it lands on you, once it begins to affect you, you are basically trapped with it for life. And you have to use shots and whatnot in order to protect yourself and inoculate yourself against it. But you're basically screwed. The issue with this is that because it's technically a magical form of it, a magical form of like disease and whatnot, it goes through buildings, it goes through walls. Like you're going to get contaminated to some degree. So that's why you say whenever you see certain characters, you see them with like full gone gear or like masks and whatnot in order to protect themselves from it, or do their best to shield themselves from it. Whereas the characters that you see running around as is are already contaminated, or already are quote unquote chosen by the tree. Yeah, it's literally Midgard. Handle the Titanogen contamination in Life's body. The only way to get to this floating city was a skylift, or a sky skiff, a massive passenger airship. It literally is floating in midair. Oh, Cirrus. It literally is floating in midair, just like the castle in the sky, the old fairy tale I read when I was little. Oh, Cirrus is interesting because Cirrus does not, when it infected her, it didn't affect her body in any way. Instead, what it happened is that it affected her memories. So all of her memories are gone. And that's her code name is Goldfish because she does not have any long-term or short-term memory. So when I showed you the 4-star version or variant of her, she has a bunch of little sticky notes all over her, and that's how she remembers anything at all. Okay, there are hundreds of thousands of people living in it. I hear that every single day they use the same amount of energy cities on the ground use. Okay. Every single day they use the same amount of energy cities on the ground use in an entire year just to keep it in the air. It needed a comma or something. Are there really that many people living here? Yes. What we see below is just one of the floating districts of the city. And that is crazy. She basically does have gigantic amnesia, but it's unique for her. Such a high cost just to keep isolated from the rest of the world. Skyskiff broadcast. Dear passengers, the H2 Pluma has begun its descent into New Hantiro Skyport and will be arriving in 20 minutes. Thank you for choosing to fly with us. We will wish you a pleasant trip. Perfect timing. I'll tell Life to wake up. After a 21-hour ride on the Skyskiff, we arrived at New Hantiro. As expected, the Skyport was busy. Materials and energy required by the entire city, the goods and waste it produced. The tourists visiting the cities could all only enter and exit this one point. And Cirrus, Adjutant, here's your entry permit. Yay. As I thought. As I was lost in thought looking in the crowd in front of me, Life and Cirrus had already returned from going through the border control. That was quick. I thought the line seemed really long. Cirrus, the border control officer, said Director T, which is the people that we answer to, or the woman that we answer to, arranged a special channel for the Yggdrasil employees. So their company or their area is called Yggdrasil, which is the what was it called? The high plane for the gods, I think. Has anime wasting disease. So it was really fast. Cirrus looked around, leaned in close, and then continued in a low voice. New Hantiro strictly controls weapons. Residents aren't allowed to have any in their possession. The company secured authorization for us to bring weapons into the city. Still, I put my exosuit just in case. That was a relief. I nodded. Cirrus' exosuit, Kasana, despite its rather conspicuous appearance, could be better help her handle unforeseen circumstances. And you can tell the difference between old design versus the new design. Because this is when they still had the tactical kind of style. And then you look at Cirrus. I shifted my gaze to Life. She looked a little paler than she did when we departed. Maybe due to the exhaustion of our long journey. Ask how she's feeling. Life, are you not feeling well? I'm just a little tired. It's no big deal. If something is wrong, I'll tell you right away. Life had begun smiling more than ever since her health problems began. It seemed like she was trying to comfort me. And don't push yourself. Question marks. Sorry to interrupt. We heard a voice we didn't recognize coming from up ahead. I looked up at the to spot a girl with black hair and a business suit standing in front of us. Oh, Yggdrasil was the world tree, sometimes known as the Tree of Life and God's home Asgard sits. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking Asgard. Okay, so Yggdrasil is the Tree of Life. That makes sense then, because the corporate thing that we work for is called the Yggdrasil. She looked to be around the same age as Life. Behind her reflective glasses was a pair of nervous yet beautiful eyes. Excuse me, are you Mr. Caramel 1? Yep, that's me. Oh, okay. So you actually, Jinx, you actually read up on this in school. And you're actually, you know, okay, then you would be perfect lineup for this, because there's a bunch of hidden lore that's all over the damn place, and all the characters have some form of disability, which pertains to whatever god, you know, is a part of them. So even Cherno, I think Cherno's skill or like disability is the fact that she's a split personality. But it deals with whatever her one was. Question mark. You're still so bold. Ah, I mean, nice to meet you. I'm Agave. Director T sent me to receive you. I don't think I've ever seen you write like that. Unless I was just like dyslexic? I don't think I've ever seen you write like that. Yeah, because now I'm looking at chat. Yeah, I don't think I've seen you write like that before. Well, it's good to know. 1 week earlier. Why are you showing me this? New Hantiro is a unique place. There is a strict control over who enters and exits, and very little information is communicated with the outside world. But I sent a manifestation there a year ago undercover as a news correspondent. She will be your guide after you arrive. Agave. Was she the Intel Affairs Unit? Lavatane? Oh, Lavatane. I know her. Lavatane is technically a weapon, isn't it? And and why would T send someone to New Hantiro? Wait, something wasn't right. Did T know from the beginning that former board members were hiding out in Kuru? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you have been. Oh dear God, I'm stupid. Okay, that's good to know then. And Ragnarok. Maybe the intel Cirrus gathered hadn't been news to T at all. She could have had her eye on this place for a long time, so that's why. Okay. Don't look at me like that, T says. I don't have to be a mind reader to know what you're thinking. I have other reasons for sending a Lavatane agent to New Hantiro, but based on Cirrus's intel, Agave will certainly come in handy for this. She doesn't have much practical combat experience, but she's good at gathering intel. You'll need her in New Hantiro. Agave. Yes, Caramel. Lavatane operatives are required to use codenames during missions, so that's mine. As she explained this, she attempted to reach over and take the suitcase which I was carrying. However, her soft hands and light, tightly gripped by another before it reached its destination. Agave. Ow, ow, ow. Life, what are you going to do? As Life grabbed Agave's wrist, she exuded a strong disdain for the stranger, even though she was still injured, stopped Agave as they walked the park. Yeah, it does sound like a porno from like what? Like ye old days. But this is Life. She's the one with one eye. So, yeah. And this is Cirrus. She has memory issues. But however, in this new outfit, she does not have any of the paper slips. And she is... I have no clue. Well, she's Agave, but she's new. She's a new character that they introduced. It seems she doesn't have much combat experience, Cirrus explains. Myself. Let's find somewhere else. Let's find somewhere else to talk. You guys are making too much noise. People are starting to stare. Bow chicken bow. The black-haired girl strode quickly and earnestly as she led the way. She occasionally took a cautious glance backwards, seemingly scared of Life. It wasn't until we had left the skyport and reached an intersection that she finally stopped. Well, can I talk now? Agave says. Agave looked over at me nervously, breathing a heavy sigh of relief when I nodded. Agave. When following the arrangements Director T made, I'll lead you to the Heartflow Garden to get treatment for Miss Life Bestla. I didn't know her last name was Bestla. Huh. I'll have to check. Because it'd be interesting if it was Gugnir, but I don't know. Because I don't think I have her weapon. I have her unlocked, but I don't think I have her weapon. But I can check the weapons list. Agave. Diagnosis of physical therapy. If you use Director T's name, you should be able to get a room right away. As she spoke about this familiar talk bit, Agave's tone inadvertently grew more excited, and she began speaking much faster. After saying this, she took a step left at the intersection, seemingly indicating that we should continue that way. Myself. Then let's follow the original plan. My two operatives nodded. Cirrus and I stood still while Life walked over to Agave. Life. Adjutant. I'll wait for you there. Agave. Huh. Are you guys splitting up? This is different from the original plan. Myself. We have something we need to take care of. We'll leave Life in your hands, Agave. I patted her shoulder and turned to leave with Cirrus before she could press the issue. Agave. What's going on here? I feel like I'm the only one out of the loop. Flashback. Director T. Before we left Yggdrasil, I visited Director T's office once again. Myself. We're almost ready to leave, and you still haven't told me what's in the new Hentiro that can cure Life. Director T. After you arrive, go to the tower of Hanoi and find Ganges. Her tone was similar to the NPCs who gave you mission in the old games that Acacia liked. Tricked the main character into visiting a new place and saying things they don't understand. Myself. Ganges? Is that the medical facility? Director T. Ganges is a supercomputer that manages the city. It was created by my mentor, Kalpana Dawi, I mentioned before how New Hentiro has achieved a stable, balanced society. That's all thanks to Ganges. Yeah, because Jinx, I think you're on par, because that could be the Mexican goddess, because the nurse that I showed you earlier, she is based off of, I believe, Quetzalcoatl. Director T, Caramel, have you ever thought about what a computer could be capable of if it knew everything about the past and present? Myself, it could predict the future. Director T, you're sharp. Director T again. Of course, reality contains too many unpredictable factors unless... Myself, you create a city in a bottle. It doesn't have 400 breasts. Well, yeah, but she does have big melons. Director T. In that context, Ganges receives absolutely all the information in the city. It processes it, makes decisions, and outputs adjustments to the city as necessary. As a result, New Hentiro has constantly maintained a stability throughout its development. This is known as the Ganges balance in academia. We need assistance from someone with computing power as good as Ida's in the deal with the Titan Gen inside life. 30 minutes after the adjutant left the skyport. A busy employee. Entry permit and ID, please. Fenny! Hurry up, I'm in a rush. And your name is Annie Holden? That's me. Busy employee. Miss Holden, in accordance with the New Hentiro border control regulations, tourists are not allowed to carry weapons without special authorization. Fenny, I'm not a tourist. The employee, but your permit application says that's your reason for visiting. Fenny, yes. Okay, I won't bring it. The employee, understood. Please wait a moment. Another troubled employee. There are a bunch of people waiting in line. Are we going to be able to help them all today? The same busy employee. Are you joking? Why aren't we aren't as fast as the usual service bots? Unbelievable. A service outage right at the peak tourist times. Did Ganges shut down due to a data overload? Don't be ridiculous. Hurry up and stamp those documents. It's going to be a busy day. In this game, Fenny is lightning. Cirrus, adjutant. I think that building up ahead is the Tower of Hanoi. And just to let you know, like the world was pretty much destroyed. There's still remnants of it, but a lot of these places are gigantic walled cities. And almost all governments have basically ceased to function after Ragnarok occurred. So what you see here is basically bits and pieces of human civilization just going about it its own way. So either you're living in the outskirts or living in a walled city, or I don't know what this thing's story is, but by the sounds of it, it's going to be some AI bullshit. A white conical tower shone in the sunlight about 100 meters ahead of Cirrus and Mir. The Tower of Hanoi didn't stand out much, seeing as it was located on the edge of the city. I only realized it was the tallest building in New Hentiro after getting closer. Question mark. Phew. Adjutant. Cirrus. Fenny. That's all you have to say? I ran all the way here to catch up with you guys. Cirrus. Oh, now that you mention it, how come you didn't take the same sky skiff as us? Fenny. You forgot again, huh? The adjutant said the company only had 3 special entry permits, so I had to buy my own and get in. But I was actually able to get in with the black market permit I bought. New Hentiro isn't as strict as they say it is. Myself. Don't do anything this rash next time. I reached out and rubbled the little lioness's head a few times, as I said. Like Fenny mentioned, there were originally only 3 people going on this trip: Life, Cirrus, and me. Fenny quickly brought up an entry permit and a sky skiff ticket before we left, insisting on coming despite my objections. Fenny, what do you mean rash? Life can't even fight right now. And what if the goldfish can't handle the enemies here by herself? I'm here because I'm worried about your safety. Cirrus, before we left, I remember you saying you were worried Life would run off or something. Fenny. Hey, how did you remember that so clearly? Forget it. We have stuff to handle now, right? I think we need to go to some tower or something. Myself. Hold on. There's something very important I need you to do, Fenny. And Fenny, what is it? I'm not good as a logistics support. Myself. Please. Only you can do it, Fenny. I leaned in close, whispering my request to Fenny. Her confused expression gradually transformed into determination. In that case, I'll show you how dependable I am. Oh, this is Fenny. Adjutant, but you need to promise to stay safe and contact me right away if anything happens. Myself, don't worry, I will. After securing this promise, Fenny turned and left, clearly satisfied. I hope she won't do anything crazy. Come on, Cirrus, we need to get moving. Cirrus, wow! The interior of the Tower of Hanoi was much more breathtaking than its exterior. Cirrus and I entered through the unguarded door. The smooth marble tiles we walked on were like shiny mirrors reflecting the surrounding light. Our gaze were most drawn to the several massive holographic projections floating in the main hall with the light. It felt like we could almost touch them. It seemed like this place didn't see regular visitors. A few citizens stood in small groups in the empty hall, all silently admiring its beauty in unspoken agreement. Question mark. Tell me, why are you blocking off this area? Staff! Miss, I already told you this realm is being inspected and under maintenance. Only relevant personnel are allowed to enter. Strange girl. Maintenance on the realm has always been taken care of by Ganges and service bots. Who are you guys? Staff. We are human staff responsible for maintenance in the Tower of Hanoi. Don't worry, we are new Hentiro citizens just like you. Staff. You must be aware that service bots within the city have been unreliable recently. Strange girl. That's why we want to go to the realm. I need to check on Ganges. Staff. Then that's all the more reason for you to cooperate with us. We're here to help Ganges conduct a system inspection after receiving an assistance request from it. Strange girl. Is that the truth? Fun fact by the way. Oh, Jinx. Fun fact by the way. Chatter Jinx. Fun fact by the way. Fenrir is actually an incorrect name. Not just the spelling, but it has a name, but part of a title. It's called Fairy Sullivan, which roughly translates to Myra. That's actually kind of cool. I did not know that. I only knew it as Fenrir. Ah. Staff, you already saw my citizen data. How could I fake that? Strange girl. He's new. Staff, and you over there, sir. You're here for Ganges too, right? If you still have any concerns. Strange man. I have a basic understanding of what's going on. I will head back and explain my bionic compatriots. Now he is from the outcast society. Because everything is designed with a look in tow. So these guys are technically the people that are not fortunate to be living in a city or living in this area. So these guys live in the Badlands. Oh, hello, Lulu. Yeah, the purple girl is unique because all these are new. Staff, wonderful. Ha. The man on his back. Oh, the man with his back to me let loose an exaggerated laugh, unaware that the pistol strapped to his waist was particularly obvious. This be peaceful. Remind him. I walked forward slowly, gently tapping the man's shoulder. When he turned around, I saw my face. His smile froze, as if his hand moved to his waist. His expression instantly transformed to one of shock. Myself, looking for this? Well, so much for peaceful. I raised the gun I had stolen from him, striking him in the face with the butt ruthlessly. With no time to react, the man simply crumpled onto the ground. 6 in the lobby, at least 5 on the second floor. Go, Cirrus. Okay. Now I'm going to check, because now Jinx has me curious about those weapon. Oh, that weapon. Archive. Weapon. There we go. The weapon is called Stardust Memory. I don't have the weapon information because I don't have it. But the tier 1 is called hypothermia, so she does a lot of ice. But each of this thing has lore. So, for instance, I forgot where the lore was. Oh, and Moxer, I believe, is raw. Because she had a story way back. I think she was like the 3rd special character. So she I believe she's raw. Weapon operative. She's known as Enigma. Let's see her 4-star. Because oftentimes the 4 stars, because they're the base level, they will have more lore than the 5-star. Because the thing about the personal files is that all this is story based. So you, by completing it, you do story based missions, and all of them are they don't require everything, but they introduce you into more lore. So it's very lore centric that if you're paying attention to it, is quite interesting. Oh, these are outfits. Here we go. That's Exia. Let's go to life. Personal. Life Wednesday. Born 321. Age 20. Height 5'6". Made direct contact with a Titan during the descent. Also referred to as Wednesday. Frontline Heimdall Force Force operative, former Valkyrie game star. Revenge against the Titan that is her one and only goal. Background info. Oh right, because she was like the Valkyrie games were their version of like the Olympics, and they were having the Olympics at the time when all that shit went down, when the tree arose and she ended up getting absorbed. Am I winning, Kara? By the looks of it, yeah. Except for that one time when I fought that one boss, because I just was running random people. The Titans do have a name. The enemy intel. Okay. Titans. There's the followers of the Titans, which is Gavin, and just a massive lore file or lore dump. Then there's John Sauron, Surion, Sartre, whatever, however you say this guy's name. He's a high priest. Then you have Bovar 13, which is the lower. It's basically the clone version of John. Then you have Life's main enemy, which is Ymir. And then you have Hela. And then Hela Ragethorn. And then a fiend called Frostwind. Oh wait, this is a fiend. This is probably Chinese history. Because now this is starting to go into the Mingdang Ji. So, oh, and Najal, right here, which is just a gigantic cube that has no weak points. Is there any of them called something similar to Mimir? By the looks of it, no. Unless, because there's this one little girl that is like the spirit of the tree, but I don't know what her name is. Yeah, and this goes into the id. So it has a lot of story elements here, which are very. I love it because of how in depth it goes, because it starts to address the id and everything else. Because I think. I'm trying to see if I can see where that little girl is, because she's like this weird, like right here, that that little thing that you saw, that's a stem that was placed in when a lot of these trees fell, and they're known as the theotropic nerves. And in essence, your character was on terminal life support. It was basically dead, and you're brought back by the little girl to, in essence, fight in the post-Ragnarok kind of world. And she's kind of just exists in your head, but because of this, of the way that this world works, everything is made manifest into reality. So everything is real. So even like the visions and everything else are real. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find her because it's been a while since. Oh wait, I think I know. Skyward Blaze. It should be one of these. Oh crap.
父にこう尋ねた。なぜイエロ社の人は
Yeah, she was a Russian one, and she died. She turned into one of
い
those
つも
things.
何か目標を見つけて戦いを始めるの。まるで
I think that's just her story, though. So I'm gonna skip that. But damn, because in the because she's a memory thing, because they haven't done this, which is the archives. So right now the only way that you can view stuff is via the main story option. And I can't remember where I saw her last. Yeah, I can't remember where, in which area. But every single one of these characters are gods to some or varied degrees. Or if they're not necessarily gods, they're based off of something else. So she's Quetzalcoatl. And I don't... There was a way... And I'm just trying to do this very quickly. Maybe it was in... Ah, here we go. It's like they're tiny little... It's kind of like, I guess, Dark Souls in that way. Because here she is. Here it is describing Enya with the feathered serpent. And then you get more lore all in the things. And here's Nita, and Nita is like Vahana. So she has 4 arms, so she might be Vati or one of those gods. I know she's an Indian god, but I just don't know which. And next mission in the realm of illusion, the Herald. But first, water break. Yeah, perhaps Vishnu. Oh. I probably won't need a healer for this, but I'll just take one just in case. But when you're in the story missions, like for instance, these story missions don't really they give you the characters that are lore centric to that mission. So you're always going to be given a character. So that way you get to play around with them and have fun. Okay. We're in a bar. Can I shoot these? Damn. Okay, they're not
It's
interactable.
fine. I have more. どっから出てきたのよ。しかも武器まで持ってるじゃないの。どうしてください。
おい、やつらに手口を塞がれたぞ。
分析いい。
Actually,
この
it
人たちは
seems these
敵
guys
対
are
の。
working for the former horde.
わかった。とりあえず倒してか
Got
ら
it.
にす
We'll
るよ。
neutralize them.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
I probably should just switch over to the Japanese because
ホールの管理室って。
if I remember correctly, the control room in the hall is on the second floor. Whoa, there's a lot more of them here.
ここにも人が。すみません。ちょっと私の補助器を狙わないで。I have more. やっぱりお
I
二
think
人
you
は
should. I
先
think
に
you
安全な
two
場
should
所
take
に避
cover.
難しておいてよ。This one, right? 管理室のスイッチを入れたよ。
Yeah, right now they're
お嬢ちゃん。
it's because the game is so massively profitable. They're actually
God.
working on rehiring the English VAs back, or at least maybe hiring new VAs back. So there actually will be English added again. I just don't know when. Can't commit vandalization. Yes, that was British. Some of these characters are because of the Ragnarok that happened. Some of these characters are from all walks of life. So I believe Cirrus was British, or at least like of Hong Kong descent, because she's friends with Chen, who's of Chinese descent. But Fenny is American, and she's a spoiled little brat. So she is like the atypical tsundere rich girl.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
Okay, those are not what I thought they were.
I have more. どうしてください。I can do it. I can keep this.
But it is quite fun and entertaining. So for instance, there is this cover system. I don't know anyone that uses it because everything is just so yes, Jinx. She had the twin drills, yes.
This one, right?
All right. Bam!
I can do it.
Quickly as possible, folks.
I'd rather not be shot by it in the hall with the turret.
My turn?
Shit.
I can use this now. That's good. I can do it.
Okay, that works too. Just go full on Captain America. Yes, in essence, because of how, like, literally all of her memories were wiped when Ragnarok occurred. So she has the mind of a child, essentially. I mean, it's not. It's her condition isn't nearly as well. Maybe like a teenager, because her condition isn't nearly as bad as there's one girl called Esther. No wait. Yeah, I think it was Esther. She was made into a human experimentation and tried to create a hybrid between
This one.
those creations,
Right?
like the
Objective complete.
and the gods and whatnot,
Got the
and
recording.
humanity.
Easy, easy. You can do it.
And that's what
I can keep this.
the Russian storyline was.
I can do it. Oh, it's fine. I have more. Sumimasen. I can do it.
Yeah, her voice can be cute. So a lot of these characters do have some cute voices. And I did not use Enya at all because she just is way too aggressive. So Enya is probably not going to be her fit. Donning the Illusion. Next chapter. Myself. It hasn't even been a year yet. The cleanup team has already been reduced to this. I played with a pistol belonging to the man who called himself an employee. Yggdrasil developed this model in 2057, and it had been long one of my favorites. When I noticed that the man was carrying this gun, I knew for certain that this former board was mixed up in this. Oh, right. And because of what's been going on, there's been a lot of backstabbing and subterfuge. So what should be a united front in Yggdrasil is now a whole bunch of board members fighting amongst each other, trying to see who's dominant. So she's one of the board members, and I don't like, she's friendly towards us, but she doesn't give us enough details or information to, like, she's technically one of the good guys, but she's a bitch. What god adjacent thing is Bridgeon supposed to be anyway? I honestly forgot. Yeah, I honestly forgot. I think it was... I'd have to check. I'd have to double check. It's not that she deserved it. It's just that when Ragnarok happened, and it basically created like warp entities and warp signatures all over the place, and every single person was touched in some way, shape, or form. And if you did not turn into some sort of mutant or warp entity, you basically became a god. So, there's also a third form. There's also another form, which is shadows, like shadow manifestations, which means that all your experiences are going to be locked to one location, and you live out that entire moment. So if you were fortunate enough, you can live out your entire moment just like at the games, or like playing sports or what have you. But some people were locked in a perpetual hellhole, like being in a perpetual dump cycle. I don't mean it like in the way, I mean like being dumped, or having like a moment that it's both positive and negative. So a lot of people don't want to become a manifestation, like because they can technically reform themselves and become human once again, but considering the circumstances, some of them don't want to, and the other ones are so mind broken that from like trauma in general, from reliving all of that, all the bullshit, that they just like they're just gone. Cirrus, I made a new discovery while investigating the former board members' movements. Cirrus, currently it seems that there's 2 of them, and they have fled to the they fled to the Kura region, but I am still unsure why. and to present. What were they planning to do? Even though I originally wanted to spare his life, his companions killed him during the chaos. That poor guy. There were several bodies scattered throughout the hall, but no one I could gather intel from. Cirrus also returned at the moment. She had gone to check if there was any other information on those individuals, but judging from her furrowed brow, she most likely hadn't learned much. She pulled out a small notebook she carried with her as she walked, flipping through it before nodding decisively. Cirrus! Judging by their reactions, I don't think they were here to ambush us. Myself. You mean they had another goal in coming here? Cirrus. Yes, it looks like they came to the Tower of Hanoi for Ganges. The strange girl. Huh, I didn't realize she's actually see-through. So this means either one or two things. It either means that she's an AI of some kind, or she's a manifestation. Ganges. A girl who had taken cover to the side during the firefight suddenly approached before me, seemingly tipped off by an important word. Strange girl, what do you want with Ganges? You bring all these weapons to New Hantero, deliberately hurt people, and now you've got your sights on Ganges? You guys are menaces. Arg! Where are all the service bots? Acquiesce. Jinx. Yeah, I would bet on AI as well, Jinx, because she just has that look, and she matches with this world environment. Myself, you're right, but you can't. But you can leave. The door is open now. Strange man, my friend. Even though I would like to leave here, at some point the man had returned. But I implore you to use those eagle eyes of yours. The door to freedom is still shut. What? Met with no reaction from any of us, the man jogged over to the door and whacked it with his bionic arm. Just as he claimed, the door did not budge. In that case, we might need to sit down and have a chat. And myself. I think I understand. So, Miss Nozomi, you're a transcendent. You are projected into reality as a virtual image by an auxiliary bot. After uploading your consciousness, you are a professional idol. So, unironically, she's a VTuber. Nozumi. Correct. No wonder you aren't very expressive. Hey, Nozumi. Of course I'm expressive under normal circumstances. It's all that designer's fault. I booked him to create a new set of images months ago, but he just told me he couldn't finish them in a few days, and he even said idols only need to smile anyway. Yeah, she's basically just a VTuber. Nozomi's tone was dripping in resentment, but her expression was still frozen in a smile. And this big burly guy is Mr. Modok. You're a bionic whose body has been mechanized. You work at Skyport. Modok. And don't forget it. And don't forget, I'm also a poet. Myself. You say that around 1/3 of the people in New Hentiro are transcendents. Another third are bionics, while the rest haven't undergone any augmentations. Nozumi, didn't you see any transcendents or bionics on your way to the skyport to the Tower of Hanoi? Cirrus, we thought those were just holographic ads and cosplayers. Nozumi, well, it's normal for outsiders to be unfamiliar with the situation in New Hentiro. Cirrus, Miss Nozumi, why did you undergo an augmentation like this? Was it because of juvosis? Juvosis is the cancer stuff that affects everything. Nozumi, huh? Juvosis? Of course not. I did it so I could ignore any constraints that come with the physical body. Seamlessly connect my consciousness to the internet and change my appearance whenever I want. I think those are the reasons most people become transcendents. As for juvosis, it was eradicated in New Hentiro 30 years ago. Eradicated? Cirrus, so there's no threat of titans, and the juvosis doesn't even exist here. Modoc, correct. Admittedly, New Hentiro is like an oasis in a vast desert. As the ancient sages of Kuru once said, labor in the morning to enjoy happiness in the evening. There is nothing else the people of New Hentiro need to concern themselves with. And yet, there are young people who don't even work, who don't even want to work. They intend to lead this city to a point of no return. This is getting a little bit too real. Nozumi, hey, are you sure you're not getting things twisted? If it weren't for your bionics, the service bots and Ganjas might not be having issues. Okay, explain in detail. This is nothing to do. Oh, great. This has nothing to do with the outsiders. Modoc, allow me to explain, my friend. 2 weeks ago, a bionic and a transcendent. I don't know why I'm not pronouncing that. Bionic and a transcendent began fighting over a problem at work. That Nozumi, that bionic clearly started it. Modoc. Anyway, during the fight, the transcendent hacked the bionic systems and caused his arm to explode, while the bionic damaged the transcendent's auxiliary bot. Cirrus, it sounds like a normal civil dispute. Was there something more to it? Nozumi, no, it really was just a small incident. Here's the problem. The service bot responsible for policing the area didn't respond after it happened. Cirrus, you have robots to police and resolve disputes? Nozumi, is there any problem with that? Humans are subjective, so only the service bots and Ganges controls can make fair, objective calls. Cirrus, well, machines shouldn't make choices for humans. Cirrus, again, giving up the ability to think and letting machines solve everything is totally backwards. Myself, Cirrus, let her continue. Nozumi, that's why they say outsiders just don't understand New Hentiro. Since then, New Hentiro has seen many other instances where service bots went down or acted sluggish. Fortunately, none of it has led to any major chaos so far. But the city assembly is going to be held in a week. If the service bots are still malfunctioning, the votes can't be properly counted. That's why I came, as a representative of the Transcendents, to check on Ganges. Modoc, you Transcendents gained immense popularity in politics as of late. You have several seats in the city assembly. That's why you are so eager to resolve the situation. Nozumi. So what? Are you the representative of the Hall of all of Bionics in Skyport? MODOK. Politics is a poison for philosophers. I stopped attending the city assemblies a long time ago. I'm simply here to provide an explanation for my compatriots. Nozomi. Who would even believe such a dumb excuse? Wait a second. If you were never going to vote yourself anyway, is it your doing that I'm trapped here? Yes, Transcendents are basically all VTubers, and the Bionics are basically... Basically, they would be the Flesh Tubers, wouldn't they? So you have the VTubers and the Flesh Tubers all existing in this world, with the robots and the AIs serving them. But now everything's kind of falling apart. They live in New Hentai. Water. You Bionics teamed up with these outsiders to prevent me from performing at the voter rallies and delayed Ganja's inspection to sway the votes, didn't you? MODOK. Miss, do not let your imagination run wild. I hope my daughter won't be like this when she grows up. Cirrus! Adjutant! Do you think someone from the former board caused the service bot outage they mentioned? Cirrus quietly pulled me aside as the two continued to argue. I would agree with her. Someone on the inside has to be fucking up. Yeah, maybe they purposely sabotaged the device, the service bots, to cause unrest in the city. But as I say that, I realize something odd. Why would the former board want to cause unrest in the city? Besides, I think those grunts in the Tower of Hanoi were trying to hide something. No, I think their only target is Ganges in the Tower of Hanoi. The service bots in the city are having problems because they're controlled by Ganges. They would have no reason to target the service bots, just going for Ganges instead. After all, the most valuable thing in this city is the all-knowing supercomputer, Ganges. We need Ganges' computing power to cure life, so they'd naturally have an eye on it too. Cirrus. So, that's why they showed up in Kuru a couple weeks ago. MODOK. My friend, I can't simply pretend I didn't hear that just now. If what you said is true, wouldn't it mean that these thieves have already infiltrated the Tower of Hanoi and have their hands on new Hentiros? Damn it, Jinx! now I can't get this thing out of my head. New Hentiro's lifeblood. Exactly. Nozomi. Even the comms network is down. Who knows when the outside world will hear about? This. A sudden boom caused Nozomi's to trail off mid-complaint, as four of us watched in astonishment as the ring of dazzling lights rose out into the air at the central hall. It seemed as if the other projections in the hall were being summoned. They began simultaneously approaching the light surrounding the school of fish. The light had a strange allure, and I stared at the center of the glowing ring. There was a seemingly able to catch a glimpse of some sort of lens. And for a moment, I seemingly saw the two fish suspended in the hall come to life. I thought I saw them at a glance over at Cirrus as she stood beside me. The tight sensation in my pain caused me to tilt my head, but there was nothing abnormal about Cirrus' expression. Myself, is that a holograph projection too? MODOK. That is the door between reality and illusion, the perfect unity of imagination and fantasy. Nozumi. He means that's the door to the virtual realms. Those guys said the realms were under maintenance. I thought they'd closed off that entrance. Nozumi tilted her head after flying around the ring of light once. She grew more excited. While the exit from here might be closed, since the entrance to the realms is open, at least we can go in and save Ganges. With that, Nozumi's auxiliary bot flew toward the center of the ring. Stop her. Whoa! Why are you grabbing me all of a sudden? The auxiliary bot violently shook in my hands, expressing its own displeasure. Myself. Now that we're sure that someone has already invaded Ganges, that door particularly has a trap written all over it. Nozumi. Well, we can't just wait around here. I rubbed my temples, realizing how hard it was to communicate with people of New Hintiro. Myself. I understand, of course, but just Cirrus and I can go in. You stay with MODOK and find a safe place to hide. Whether we succeed or not after going in, they can't keep the Tower of Hanoi closed off for long. People on the outside will definitely find out. Nozumi. No way. Cirrus, Miss Nozumi. This is the time this isn't the time to be stubborn. We've gone up against people invading Ganges multiple times before. They don't care about hurting people. Nozumi, don't treat me like I'm a kid. I know it's going to be dangerous, but this is New Hantiro, my home. I don't want two groups of outsiders fighting in the Tower of Hanoi. And the virtual realms are really complex. Without an amazing guide like me, you won't be able to find Ganges, no matter how long you search. Nozumi patted her chest confidently, and the auxiliary bot that had been struggling in my grasp finally settled down. MODOK, I feel the same way, my friend. In any case, there is no reason for us to avoid involvement with what is happening in Ganges. I shifted my gaze from the two back to the ring of light rotating silently. Then I looked forward to working together. Flashback. T. I look forward to working together. Hintiro officer. Then we'll be heading out. T. Thank you, Kalpana. Kalpana. All I did was provide you a viable plan. It should be me that's thanking you for convincing them to invest in the Realm project. Kalpana. After the realms and Ganges are completed, New Hantiro, will be a paradise on Earth. Kalpana suddenly felt an unbelievable sense of bliss. With the help of the most understanding student, T, it seemed that her lifelong dream would soon come to fruition. Urza. Mom, Auntie T, what are you guys talking about? Kalpana. Urza, did you finish your homework? Urza. Of course. Middle school homework is a piece of cake. I finished it forever ago. I heard you guys were talking about the realm. Can you tell me about it? T. Where did we leave off this time? T revealed an imperceptible smile. She always had more patience for her mentor's daughter. Urza. You said the world as we know it is actually a horizon. The people's behavior depends on the things they personally experience. It has nothing to do with the world itself. We can help people relax, unleash their potential, and improve their willpower by creating an immersive illusion. That's the goal of the Realm Project. T. You remembered everything perfectly, Urza. We were discussing technical issues. Your mother hopes participants will be able to enter the realm completely naturally, without the use of external devices. That way, actions taken in the realm can affect reality, creating the best possible environment for training. Urza. That sounds like a headache. Is it really necessary? Kalpana. It's to lower the entry's threshold and allow more people to freely use the realm. Urza. Mom. Your ideas are always way too impractical. Kalpana. You'll understand someday. Urza. Geez, you always say that. I'm going out to play. Urza made a face at T before running out the door. T. Kalpana, you should treat your daughter like you would an adult. She's much smarter than most children her age. Kalpana, ... But sometimes I wish she would just be a normal kid. Combat Episode 2. Illusion. Yeah, let's go with that. This is one of those realms you were talking about. How come it looks like Containment Zone Aleph? No, I never even heard of a realm like this. Would this Ganges that we're looking for even be here? Ganges could be in any realm. It won't be easy to find. Okay, let's see what Jinx has to say. So looking at the gods, it turns out that Sirius is actually Siros, a Mesopotamian god associated with beer. That would fit the random memory loss. It actually would.
What should I do? I can do it! Objective complete. Got the recording.
Probably should check upstairs first. We're heading on. Can I get up here? I don't know. Okay, never mind. I can't get up here. Because they do have secrets, like secret files that pertain to lore and other things. So it's always a good thing just to check the map, just to be certain. Oh.
All right, fine, sure.
Bam.
I'll try not to let you down.
Okay, where do I do now? Is that was the top?
Easy,
Oh.
easy. You can do it.
Quickly as possible, folks.
Like I said, this. Oh, this is a virtual hologram, so you don't have for physical attacks. It's all a virtual illusion. The actual thing is that attacks thrown hiding behind a hologram. The British to JP is jarring. Yeah, I forgot to change.
Easy, easy. You can do it.
Bye.
I can do it.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I got 2 overzealous on that one.
Quickly as possible, folks.
Goodbye.
こっち。安心して。前に道があると信
Don't
じて
worry.
いれば
If you just believe that there's a path in front of you, then you won't fail.
Easy, easy. You can do it. I can do it. Oh, it's fine. I have more. Objective complete. Got the recording.
Quickly as possible, folks.
My turn? I can do it! I can keep this?
It's like she's just a bilingual autist.
This one.
And
What?
JP, I can't never just play games other than the original dub. Yeah, the dub will have to wait. Because in order to cut costs when this game was close to death, they ended up cutting a lot. And one of that being the English VAs. So, I'm gonna go to the settings, go to language. There we go, voice. I can also switch it to Mandarin Chinese if I wanted to, but it's going to Japanese. Why do I keep getting friend requests? Are any of this you guys? Because I'm getting a lot more friend requests than I'm usually used to. Oh, and there's chat. The in-game chat. So you get everything from stickers to what's it called? But because it's an online chat, it has weird censorship. It will censor turd for some reason. I don't remember if it will censor crap. Will it censor crap? Crap. Oh yeah, and there's also a cooldown just so you don't spam stickers. And oh, another thing about this thing is that you have 2 English channels. You have I don't know, maybe 2 Japanese. No wait, this is probably Chinese, and then this one's Japanese, and because this one I know is Korean because it has these weird little squiggles. Then you have France, Spanish, Dutch. I don't know, maybe Indian, and Indonesian. So you have all these different little channels, because this is how many people around the world are playing this game now. And back to the story. An immersive experience. Amidst the rundown houses and crumbling streets, white snow occasionally fell from the gray sky with piles of stuff visible everywhere. Even the weather and temperature were as the same as the containment zone Aleph. Now this is the snow that is the dangerous stuff, because this stuff will bypass everything just to infect you. It doesn't matter, like, if you have things closed off, it will bypass it. What makes it scary is that whenever a Titanfall, or like unironically a Titanfall, appears or shows up, this stuff becomes a blizzard. So you're guaranteed, unless you're you're wearing proper protection, or you're special in some degree, you're going to get infected by that. And it can outright just turn you into creatures. Because there are these things called like, God, I forgot what they're called. But they're essentially flowers. And if you touch those things, they will instantly turn you into essentially a warp beast. If it wasn't for those colorful data blocks, no one would have believed this wasn't the containment zone. Back at the company, Director T had mentioned that the existence of this realm, a virtual space developed by her mentor. However, I underestimated how realistic it would be before I actually set foot inside. Nozomi. Turning the realm into this is terrible. Nozomi followed closely behind me. She occasionally glanced at the surrounding buildings and alleyways, scared that another enemy might suddenly appear. Nozomi. I had no idea a place like this even existed in this world. It looks totally uninhabitable. I mean, even after a minute, it feels miserable. Modoc. Never have I seen a place like this before. I find it impossible not to lament its existence, yet also spurs my thoughts. Oh, you're alright with it? I mean, I can change it back. We'll just we'll do one match with it not, and then I'll change it back just if you want, if you'd like it that way. Ignoring their comments, I continued scanning the buildings up ahead. Adjutant, Cirrus explains. Myself, what is it? You don't look so good, Cirrus says. As she said this, Cirrus walked over, stood on her tiptoes, and rubbed my brow. Cirrus, that's a bit better. She naturally moved to pull her hand away, but I stopped her, grabbed her hand without saying anything. Cirrus, Adjutant. Oh, that's another thing. The characters in this game, because I guess there are surveys, so I guess the surveys, the players wanted this to essentially be a harem simulator. So all these girls are now in love with your character, and some of the cutscenes that are character based within their own little profile go like it like with Katja, it's just like blatant, like you slept together. There is no other if, ands, or buts. Oh, low IQ individual. That's no problem. We're just here to chill. This is a nice little chill stream because the Mech Warrior stream, holy crap, that took out, because I was talking nonstop while simultaneously playing a highly competitive game. So I was a lot more exhausted after that than I thought I would have been. And then yesterday's stream with Wuthering Waves was interesting. Very interesting. It was very good, and then it got really weird with a femboy that wanted to pleasure the troops. So now we're just going on the complete opposite end, ditching the femboys and going with waifus. Yeah, that is a novel and original concept. And yapping is always Kino. Oh. You know, if this game ever does get a lion dancer, it's gonna be a complete and total waifu. Because they're I'll say that the Adjutant, they're T typically aren't any men, so all the other, well, actually there are men, which are the random soldiers that get killed. So you saw T with her entourage of them, so those are men. But around you, no, there's no men. And if there was a lion dancer, yeah, she would have no problems dancing on your pole. as it was with yesterday's stream. Just, yeah, replace femboy with waifu. And instead of pleasing the troops, they're more about pleasing you. I still can't believe that quest line. That was far out of left field. Cirrus, adjutant. Myself. You don't look so good either, Cirrus. What are you thinking about? Cirrus, I just feel like it's weird. This is obviously an environment from the containment zone, but it seems like there's a lot of... Sorry, I can't remember the details. Myself. It's okay. The details aren't important. The why is what's important. Cirrus. What? Why? But why? Pocket skull emoji. Oh. Myself. Yes. Generating the containment zone here is basically our opponent announcing that they know us very well. Why would they do that, though? Look at that building up ahead. The Titans destroyed it during the mission not long before we came here. How does the realm even have a small detail like that? Cirrus. Sorry, I don't really remember, but I do feel like I'm being watched. Nozomi! I don't know why something you guys are so familiar with is being generated here, but it's impossible to read people's memories. Mr. Adjutant, you weren't wearing any kind of strange helmet or patch when you entered the realm. Even Ganges can't see into your mind. Myself. I can't argue with that. I shook my head, Nozomi's reassurance, unable to completely quell my doubts. Cirrus, I have a question. Where are we going right now? Since we entered this place, we've been walking along this road. Nozomi. Heh. That's part of what makes this realm so magical. You must be wondering the same thing, right, Adjutant? I think I can take a guess. Nozomi. Oh, really? Myself. On the surface, it looks like the real world, but actually, the other roads are blocked by collapsed buildings and those colorful data blocks. Cirrus, so you're saying the road that we're on now is the only path in the realm? Myself. Yes, for right now anyway. I think it's because in reality, our bodies are still in the Tower of Hanoi. As we move forward in the realm, we also move in reality. So the path the realm is designed for us has no match to the next floor in the tower in the real world. Am I right, Nozomi? And Nozomi, do you have some kind of superpower? How'd you figure it out so fast? Because it's all a video game. After confirming our objective, we picked up the pace. Fortunately, even though there were quite a few enemies in the realm, none of them were a match for Cirrus. Soon after, a colorful portal, like we'd seen in the hallway, appeared before us again. Nozomi, we made it! Let's get into this Let's get out of this hellhole. Modoc, the road ahead is promising, my friend. Nozomi and Modoc walk through the portal, one after another, immediately disappearing. Myself. I feel like that was a bit too easy. Cirrus remains silent. She checked over her weapon and in her hand and gave me a soft smile. Either way, Having a manifestation with me at a time like this made me feel much more at ease. Broadcast. Thank you for participating in the Realm's virtual training. Please rate your experience. Satisfied? 5 stars? Multiple projections of the system interfaces appeared in the empty hall as electronic voices repeated the same instructions over and over again. The 4 of us lingered in the uncanny silence until we couldn't handle it anymore, manually closing the projected interfaces. With that, the irritating electronic voices stopped. Myself. Looks like we were tricked. We had been moving in one direction this entire time, but somehow wound up back where we started. Did that mean that the realm was a circle? I shook my head, ignoring those strange thoughts for now. MODOK. Perhaps the realm has already been cut off, and we are simply like birds in a cage. Myself. The realm is a reflection of reality. As long as the portal still exists in reality, there's no reason it can't be accessed in the realm. Something must have been changed. Let's go back and take a look. We're right back here again. Nozomi! Something's seriously off with this place. Ah, how annoying. When they realized those weak mobs couldn't stop us, they just messed with the realm. That's cheating. Myself. Compared with getting lost, a bigger problem is that our opponent has the ability to do this. That means Ganges doesn't have much control over the realm anymore. Nozomi. Yeah, I thought this was a race, but it looks like the referee has been taken away. Nozomi's auxiliary bot circled around in midair before slowly descending into my palm, looking somewhat exhausted. MODOK. It appears that spending more time here is futile. Shall we retreat, my friend? Myself. Wait a second. Nozomi. What? Shh. I put my hand on MODOK before he could turn around, and used my other hand to cover the auxiliary's bot speaker to signal them to quiet down. Cirrus continued to head in front of us 3, swaying as she walked. She shut her eyes tightly, wandering around the open space, and she muttered quietly to herself. Nozomi, what is she doing? It seems like she's looking for something. Seemingly confirming my theory, Cirrus suddenly stopped. There was nothing in front of her, but it was like she wanted to pass over something. She deliberately raised her right foot before slowly lowering it. A pink data block suddenly appeared below her foot, out of thin air. Nozomi. Ha! Cirrus smiled. Her eyes were still closed as she took another step without hesitation. But this time, nothing appeared. Cirrus. Ouch! I helped Cirrus up, seeing as she was dizzy after that fall. Even though manifestations were much physically stronger than normal people, they could still get hurt by suddenly slipping and falling. Nearby, Nozomi and MODOK were still studying the data block that had appeared out of thin air. I reached out and rubbed Cirrus's forehead and wiped away the dust from her nose. Cirrus. Ah! Hehe! Myself. Why are you laughing? Cirrus. I was thinking about how gentle you are, Adjutant. Myself. Then could you tell the gentle Adjutant what you were doing just now? Cirrus. So you were watching. It wasn't really anything. You explained the principle behind the realm to me before, right? Flashback. On the surface, it looks like the real world, but in actuality, the other roads are blocked by collapsed buildings and those with colorful data blocks. As we move forward in the realm, we also move forward in reality. So the path to the realm is designed for us. Has to match the next floor in the Tower of the Real World. End flashback. Cirrus. After hearing that, I felt like I had been in a similar situation before. So I wanted to see if I could pass through those blocks, through the blocked off areas, if I could convince myself there were steps in front of me. But it seems like it didn't work. So we're going to have to think of something else. Myself, I have a question. What were you thinking about when you took your second step? Cirrus, I think I was thinking it actually worked. Just as expected. I got it, Cirrus. You've got the right idea. We just need to try again, and this time we'll do it together. After closing my eyes, my other senses suddenly heightened. The gentle sound of wind blowing through the realm, Cirrus breathing behind me, and the warmth of our clasped hands all became increasingly clear. What a beautiful weather. I had already asked Nozomi and Modok to watch from a distance and avoid making any noise. I then began to slowly pull Cirrus forward. Cirrus had just proved that human willpower alone could create a path in the realm. When I remembered telling me that one of the original goals of the realm was to exercise people's willpower, I was all the more convinced that Cirrus' approach wouldn't conflict with the rules. It was also easy to see why she failed the second time. Regardless of how much mental preparation she had, she would definitely think of how she created the first block herself after it appeared. It would naturally become more and more difficult to trick yourself into moving forward. It looked like a dead end. The last spark of hope lay with Cirrus and me. Cirrus, adjutant. Are we still not there? Myself. Soon. We just need to get to the second floor. Don't peek before we get there. Cirrus. Okay. I can't wait to see what surprises you set up for me. I was betting on two things. First, Cirrus would forget... First, Cirrus would forget where she was in a very short period of time. Second, she would have to complete trust in what I said. So he's basically just gaslighting her and capitalizing on the fact that she has no memories. With that, I created a reality and described it to her over and over until she believed it, like she was hypnotized. That was the only way I could bring her along and force the non-existent path to show itself. Myself, watch your step. I said this nonchalantly after walking a few dozen steps in the right direction. Without an ounce of hesitation, Cirrus began to climb the first step, then the second step, and then the third, until she realized there were no more steps to be stopped. I opened my eyes and glanced behind me. A rising path of colorful cubes crossed over the crumbling building, as if the cubes had always been there. Cirrus still had her eyes closed next to me in blissful ignorance, waiting for me to guide her forward. Ganges. That's a very unique design. Question mark. Just one more step. A menacing little thing in the background says. With contact cut off from the outside world, where are you going to run to? Ganges, you're the only program after all. You still don't know how to adapt after all these years. Indifferent and rigid, just like that woman. Go ahead, run. I have plenty of time to play hide and seek with you. I bet she's the daughter, now grown up. Water break. Combat Episode 3, The Path. Done. Done.
道教えてよ分析員。わお。
Wow,
本当に
a
新し
new
い道
road
が
really
現れ
did
る
appear.
なんて。
主観的意識が小世界に影
His
響を及ぼした
subjective
のか。
consciousness, after all
ま
this,
さかこれほどとは。
simply
分
incredible.
析員はすごいんだよ。
You're amazing, Adjutant.
もう使えるの？
Okay, that's a lot of things.
通してください。私もやればできるじゃん。目標達成。記録完了。わあ、マジか。他に誰かいないの？
Bye. See ya.
空のダンスを散らかすな。みんなを失望させないように頑張るから。落ち着け落ち着け。さっきよりも敵の数が増えてるみたい。こっちへの進む道を
They're trying to
阻
stop
止
us
してる
from
み
going
たいだね。
that way.
そうすると
That
方
must
向
mean
は
that
こっ
this is
ち
the
で合っ
right
て
way,
るみたいだ
direction
ね
to。go.
道を守ってあげる。早くしてよね。残業したくないから。こういう時のために労働保険に加入しておこうね。
Now I wish I got someone with a stronger
す
shotgun
み
or
ませ
a
ん
sniper
ね。
rifle.
仕事なもんで。
There we go.
みんなを失望させないように頑張るから。道を守ってあげる。
Okay.
どうしたの？
What's up?
今なんか
I thought I saw it.
い
Never mind.
いや
Let's keep moving.
なんでもない。このまま進もう。わあ、マジか。他に誰かいないの？道を守ってあげる。
Strong enemy approach.
私もやればできるじゃん。もう迷わない。
See ya. Not strong enough.
さっきは危なかったな。もらっちゃっていいの？
I don't think there's any datas here. So activate the
こ
portal.
れかな。目標達成。記録完了。
Mission complete.
この気持ち記録したよ。
And let's switch over the language to English again, so we can enjoy the flip-flopping languages. And story mission, unexpected encounter. Life. Agave. Agave and Life had already been moving forward in silence for about half an hour. Agave. Miss Life? Life. Just call me Life. Agave. Alright. I wanted to say, I actually was part of the Valkyries game. Life. I didn't see you on the field. That reminds me, Life is, like, the gold medalist championship of the Valkyrie games. So, yeah. Until the Titan Ymir kind of just stomped around and pissed her off. So now she wants revenge. Agave. That's because I wasn't a contestant. I was an off-site employee. I was the director of the event broadcast. Life. Were you there when the descent happened? Agave noticed that Life's tone had softened. Perhaps it was due to sense of empathy in the experiencing the same traumatic incident. Agave. Yeah, the broadcast room was outside the arena, but we were still close enough that the entire building collapsed. I remember being dug out around 3 hours later by people in the Yggdrasil security department. Yeah, that was the first time I met, me, Mr. Caramel. 1. Life. That was the only time you two met? Agave. There are some special reasons I want to seriously thank him in person. Agave. Alright, that's enough about me. Life, what kind of person do you think Mr. Caramel is? Life. To me, he's a very important person. No, now I think he's the most important person. Agave. Huh? The most important person? Does that mean what I think it means? Glass shimmer. MC. Life Bestla. Do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband to live together in holy matrimony? This is in her brain, in imagination. To love him, care for him, and remain faithful to him in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, as long as you both shall live. Life. I do. MC. Caramel. Do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife, to love together in holy matrimony? To love her, to care for her, to remain faithful to her in sickness and in health, for richer and for poorer, as long as you both shall live. Myself. I do. MC. To those in attendance, are you willing to bear witness to these vows? Along with the excited cheers and applause, the sound of cannons and wedding march rushed into Agave's mind. She opened her mouth, unable to stop herself from cheering along. Agave, crying. What else can you say to that but I do? Bow Chicka Bow Wow once again. Yep, by the looks of it, yes. Once Agave returned to her senses, Life stood before her, and the path ahead was already blocked off by a crowd. Life, you almost ran into those people up ahead just now. Agave, sorry. In front of the two girls, a crowd of bionics, transcendents, and ordinary people stood intermingled, either whispering or stopping to observe. An auxiliary bot hovered in midair in the center of the crowd, playing a song sung by a young woman. Singing, 3, 2, 1, I'm striking your heart. Excited crowd. Wow. Life. And what's going on here? Agave. A voter rally. New Hentiro holds regular city assembles to vote for urban development policies. Agave. Transcendents like to use performance, songs, and dances to promote their policies. They are really popular with the younger crowd. Life. Sounds like the promotions we did for the Valkyrie games. Agave. They're definitely similar from the public perspective. But this must be your first time seeing so many bionics and transcendence. Aren't you surprised? I was stunned when I first came to New Antiro. Life. Bionics. Are people whose bodies been mechanically augmented, right? Our captain and another operative both have bionic prosthesis. Agave. Sounds like being in Heimdall Force is super dangerous. Life. You might be misunderstanding. Let's keep moving. As they approached the center, the singing of sounds and musical instruments grew louder and louder. The two struggled through the packed crowd, finally making their way in front of the group of onlookers. Huh, it's the whole group of performers. First, the two could only spot Airborne Auxiliary Bot. After they got closer, they discovered a small band made up of guitar, bass, drums in the middle of a crowd. The guitarist was especially engrossed in the music, and the blue color in her hair making her clearly stand out. Life. Katja Klein. Life made Agave wait with her until the moment of performance ended. After Katja handed her guitar to another member of the band, she noticed Life's icy face. Katja. Oh, so you're here, Miss Champion. Life. What are you doing here? Katja. I was just enjoying the vacation. When I learned this band was making a guitarist, I came out to help. Life. This isn't the time for jokes. You could have been thrown in prison if you're caught sneaking into the city without an entry permit. Even if it's for the adjutant, you shouldn't sneak in here on your own. Katja. You sure are throwing around wild accusations, Miss Champion. Katja pulled out a blue card and waved it at Life. See, I applied for a tourist permit 5 years ago, and it just so happens it was recently approved. I came here to relax since Caramel isn't at the company. Shrekbeard, yep. Woman moment. Jealous woman moment. Because Katja is fairly open about her motives. And Life is not. Agave. Let me see. Life, this permit looks to be authentic. Life. ... Silent brooding. Sorry, I was wrong. Katja. Now it's my turn to ask the questions. Why isn't Caramel with you? Life. He went to the Tower of Hanoi. And Katja. That sounds familiar. I think the lead singer of the band just said her friend went there too. Interesting. Life. Are you going to go? Katja. Maybe if I want to. You need to give men their alone time once in a while. Oh yeah, but you should be able to Shrekbeard, you should be able to see it right above my little character. I have the chats linked all together. So as you can see, I have my entire chat here. So don't be afraid to chat. Life. Cirrus is there too. Before Life even finished speaking, Katja's grays shifted and she vanished in the blink of an eye. Oh yeah, you can switch to YouTube, whichever is more comfortable for you. I'm just having dual streaming just to make it convenient because I don't know which people are where, so it makes it easier to just because I have some people that are Twitch, but most of my people are on YouTube. Life. Let's keep moving. Perhaps due to Life's overly calm reaction, they had been walked through the crowd for a few minutes before Agave seemed to realize what had happened. Agave, did Katja just turn into a fragmented phantom? Oh, that's also, story-wise, these are the people that, if they don't get turned into a monster and they don't get turned into a god, you get turned into essentially some fragmented spirit, where you get haunted by your memories of whatever dreams or manifestations were at that time. So it could be bliss, it could be hell. But if you're capable of putting yourself back together, you become essentially a fragmented phantom, and you're able to you're able to tear yourself apart and then piece yourself back together again. It's a very interesting thing. Life. You can see fragmented phantoms. Agave. Yes. My abilities have something to do with fragmentation too. Agave. But it's amazing she's able to fragment her entire body. Life. Her ability is very helpful to the adjutant, but it's also dangerous. Agave. Dangerous? Katja. The rest of your time belongs to me and me alone. Got it, Mr. Caramel? I'll help you take care of those little girls in the way. Agave. How scary. Yeah, Katja is very, very forward with all of her motivations. Life, ... More brooding. After seeing it twice already, Life had already gotten somewhat used to the odd, overly imaginative state in her guide would sometimes become absorbed in. Yeah, a lot of people like Life. She has like 4 skins already. She's not nearly as popular as Fenny, but because Fenny gets like the better skins, but Life is like probably up there until Katja came in, because now Katja's just like, you know. Oh, that's fine. So, when an airborne delivery bot came hurtling down toward Agave, Life, who was still struggling to move her injured body, unconsciously pushed her out of the way to safety. Amidst Agave's screams, the robot fell like a brick right in front of where she was standing. It broke into pieces with a loud, frightening sound. The next moment, similar crashing noises could be heard all from all corners of the street. Agave, what's going on? Within seconds, the street was filled with broken delivery bots that had crashed from above. The crowd was watching the performance had already disappeared or dispersed. Otherwise, this aerial assault could have been much worse. Fortunately, it only caused a few shouts and curses. Life, are you okay? Agave, there's never been a robot outage in New Hentiro on this level before. It could have been something to do with Ganges. Life, what are you say? Before Life could finish her sentence, Agave interrupted her by grabbing her arm with a panicked expression. Agave, Life, listen to me. Let's stay away from the Heartflow Garden for now. I'll take you to the closest safe house no matter what. You can't leave. Wait for me there. Life, and what are you gonna do? Agave, Life, is the adjutant in danger? An unexplicable chill ran down Agave's spine, causing her to shrink away. She began to regret what she just said. I'm Not sure. But Ganges controls all the robots in the city. Kara just went to the tower of Hanoi, and now there's a problem with the robots. I'm worried something might have happened to them there. Life, Kara ordered me to protect you. I can't bring myself. I can't bring you and put you at risk in your condition. Life, I have to go. Agave, are you even listening to me? Fine. In that case, you can see for yourself. Life. Ah! So many enemies. I can't hold on. No, I still haven't found. Intense exhaustion and dizziness caused Life's vision to blur. A chill she hadn't felt for a long time spread throughout her body until her consciousness froze. Life clutches her chest uncontrollably breathing in and out in quick succession, as if she'd just been rescued from drowning. She was still standing on the street in an unbearable pain she had just felt seemingly disappeared in an instant. Agave stood solemnly in front of her. She reached out, wrapping a light string around her finger and weaving it intricately into a small frame. Agave looked to be suffering, grasping for air, just as Life. Agave, do you understand? If you insist on putting yourself in danger, this is going to become a reality. Combat 4. Oh wait, did I put the language over? Yes, I did. And picking characters. Asia. Water break. Cutscene. Wow, snow. The environment changed to a snowy. I can't even feel a drop of temperature. Hold on, I think my arm is frozen. She spoke too quickly. Blam!
A slow motion. It's fine. I have more. I can do it.
Ow. That hit.
Slow motion. Objective complete. Got the recording.
Easy.
I can do it. I can keep this.
I'm surprised he lived with that. Boing. Bye. Okay, they're down beneath me. And they have to drop. Okay, yeah, I have to drop down.
ここじゃ身を隠す場所もないし、狙われたら終わりだよ。
We're sitting ducks out here. Stay close to me. Let's hide inside the building.
I can keep this. Slow Slow motion. Objective complete. Got the recording. Oh, it's fine. I have more.
Keep going. This map is actually really big. Indoors. And next room. Let's see. Bye.
すみません. I can keep this. Slow motion. Oh, it's fine. I have more. Someone's probably looking for this.
Oh, big guy.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
Mission complete.
この気持ち記録したよ.
Story mission 4. All is at stake. After we hid in the crumbling building, the gunfire outside gradually subsided. Cirrus, it seems like those programmed enemies don't want to pursue us. They just stay in a fixed location. As long as we stay out of their line of sight, they won't attack. Nozomi. So, they're just weak mobs. But there are so many. Looking out from the window on the second floor, we could see enemies wandering all over the snowfield. Several more were still hiding behind buildings. Even more strange, those enemies comprised of data would suddenly disappear before reappearing seconds later, just like ghostly phantoms. In the worst case scenario, it was possible those enemies could regenerate an unlimited amount. That would make it difficult for us to make any progress. Myself, let's rest here for now. Cirrus, ... I looked over at Cirrus. She seemed hesitant to say anything since we entered the snowfield realm. Cirrus. Myself. What are you thinking? Cirrus nodded faintly, stood up in the corner in which she was sitting when she walked closer to me. Cirrus, I remember how I said I felt when we were being watched. I don't think I was imagining it. Myself, what makes you say that? Cirrus, I saw something when we left the last realm. Cirrus, I saw myself on the glass wall of a building. Nice picture. Myself, your reflection? Cirrus, no, I think it was a projection of me. The expression on her face was different from mine. I mean, she seemed really sad. I wanted to call out to you to wait for a minute, but the projection had already disappeared when I looked back. So I'm not sure if I was imagining things or just or just a problem with my memories again. But if it's true, I think Ganges has been watching us since we entered the realm. Myself. Ganges. I expected Cirrus to claim our enemies on the former board were spying on us, but she actually provided a different explanation. Myself. Why do you think it's Ganges? You mean you think Ganja see us as intruders now? She didn't answer. It wasn't that she was considering my question, she was just simply had her attention someplace else. Cirrus. Teacher. Cirrus. Flashback. How beautiful. Did Ganges calculate the positions of the stars? Elderly female voice. Yes. A sky like this doesn't exist in reality. However, it is still consistent with the laws of physics and is just as beautiful. Cirrus, you need to remember something. Even if you find yourself in a completely unfamiliar world, there will always be something that you can guide. Cirrus raised her head, following the old woman's gaze. A particular bright star in the middle of the sky stood out. Cirrus, I understand, teacher. Cirrus raised her head with a puzzled expression, and what she said left me confused. I couldn't help but feeling shocked for a moment. Cirrus, strange. I think I remembered something just now. About a star? Cirrus furrowed her brow, deep in thought. After some time, she shook her head. Myself. It's okay. Don't push yourself. To be honest, I felt like Cirrus had been a little off ever since we entered the realm. Maybe this illusion, being so close to reality, was mentally taxing for her. Or perhaps, no. It was better not to consider such an outlandish possibility for now. I couldn't let myself lose my composure. Nozomi! Hey! Come down here and take a look! Suddenly, Nozomi's voice sounded excitedly from below. It sounded like she had turned up the volume on an auxiliary bot speaker. What good thing could have happened at a time like this? Cirrus and I glanced at one another before getting up and walking down the stairs. Question mark. So it would be wonderful if we could help each other out. As we turned the corner, I spotted a petite woman with black hair standing at the door. She smiled as she spoke, and several guards stood beside her. Her appearance and actions were reminiscent of a young model. Each one of her movements was exceedingly composed. While I was lost in thought, she had already noticed my and Cirrus's footsteps. As she slowly raised her head, our eyes met. How could I describe her expression? Astonishment, suspicion, fury, and maybe even a trace of fear? These complex emotions flashed across her face, leaving only a smile in the end. Beside me, Cirrus took a moment to catch a clear glimpse of a visitor, letting out a gasp when she saw her face. Pi! If she might be a board member, which means that she works for Yggdrasil. So, Pi, how have you been, Adjutant? Respond. Your body looks pretty strong, Director Pi. This woman who had suddenly appeared, codenamed Pi, was the former board member we'd been searching for. After the 5th Research Institute incident, I saw the picture of Pi, one of the culprits in Director T's files. She looked much younger than the others, way too much younger. Of course, I'm completely sure that's part of her disguise. Pi, you must be kidding, child. Thanks to you, I am no longer a director. Nozomi, you guys know each other? Nozomi and MODOK could clearly sense the tension between us, and they simultaneously stepped back toward me. Previously, Pi had not been revealed. She was always a shadowy figure. So, this is new. Pi, we are old friends. Pi smiled as she smoothed her hair, then looked back at me again. The leader of the Heimdall force and the containment zone's hero. After running north to handle the mess in Yaris, you've now set your sights on Kuru. There aren't any Titans in New Hentiro. Don't you think it's an overreach for the Heimdall force? Myself. Heimdall's targets aren't limited to Titans. You know why I'm here, Director Pi. In fact, you're the one hiding out here, doing everything in your power to stop us, and now you're voluntarily shown yourself? What are you scheming? Pi, stop, you. Pi's eyes narrowed as if she heard something she wasn't expecting. You don't think I was behind those monsters outside, do you? Cirrus, what are you trying to say? Pi, they're part of the realm. In other words, they are its immune system. But you and I... Pi tapped her chest with her slender fingers and then pointed at me. We are simply viruses from the outside. That's why we are hunted down and trapped here. Nozomi. That's not true. There's never been something like this in the realm. It wouldn't make monsters like that. Pi, you're too young. You don't understand Ganges at all, child. These monsters certainly wouldn't exist under normal circumstances, but they have no reason to take out intruders when Ganges feels threatened. If this continues, I'm afraid you all will destroy the realm. Nozomi, what are you talking about? You're the one who's destroying the realm. Cirrus, Ganges was experiencing problems before we entered the realm. Your accusations is just untrue. Cirrus, I bet you'll also say that you have nothing to do with the out-of-control service bots in the city. Director Pi. Those robots aren't related to this. But something is clear. After you entered and found a way to break the restrictions set by the realm, it has begun to collapse. This will do much more damage to Ganges than I ever could. And once again, Ganges start experiencing problems, and the entirety of the Hentiro will cease to exist. I was worried I might be blamed, so I decided to find you. Cirrus, you're really twisting the truth. Pi, regardless of whether I'm twisting the truth, your adjutant knows what's going on. Or is he willing to put the lives of everyone in New Hentiro on the line to prove his innocence? Cirrus, you. I reached out and stopped Cirrus, shaking my head. Using lofty excuses to cover up her wrongdoing and forcing other people to prove themselves. As a former director, Pi knew exactly what she was doing. There was no point in arguing over anyone's innocence at a time like this. Whoever made it out alive would have been the only ones to be able to speak for themselves. Myself. Just tell us what you want. Wasting time isn't advantageous for either of us. Pi, it's simple. Let's work together. This transcendent said you all need to continue on ahead, but I want to get out of here. Let's handle these monsters around here together. Then you guys can let me go and continue on. Cirrus, no way. Pi, don't be so hasty. Put down your gun, little girl. Hatred is the most blinding emotion as well as the strongest. Happiness is brief and sadness fades with time. Only hatred grows with each passing day, continues to live on after death. When I was kicked out of Yggdrasil, I dreamed of killing T and all of you in the Heimdall force. But there is only one thing that transcends hatred, allowing the murderer and victim to make peace. Do you know what that is? As she cackles maniacally. Self-interest. We are both in this predicament. None of us want to be stuck here. Myself. You want to work together. Pi. You really want to do that? Pi. Acting all pretentious, even at a time you start to feel guilty? Ha! Did you learn that from T? As for whether you can defeat those monsters without me, be my guest. I'll wait for your decision up ahead. Nozomi, Mr. Adjutant, is everything that woman said true? Myself. People always select facts that are most beneficial to themselves. That way they can better persuade an opponent without lying. I think it's true that she's trapped here, and her only option is working with us. But another truth she left out is that she's obviously forced Ganges into activating its defense system. That's why there's so many monsters have shown up. She had something to do with this activity. Cirrus investigated before the out-of-control robots in this city and the squad in the tower of Hanoi Hall. Yeah, it's a lot of gaslighting, isn't it? It's a lot of shadow war. Nozomi, so you're saying she invaded Ganges, and now that Ganges is punishing her, she wants our help. Cirrus, how shameless. MODOK, she's only interested in helping herself. If we help her escape, she might just cause even more trouble later on. Nozomi, but if she was telling the truth, are we going to be stuck here if we don't help her? Oh yeah, JP, the music in this game is actually really solid. Especially when once you start getting into the big boss fights, then it's just it starts going hard. I love it. Cirrus, Adjutant, we can't trust her. Myself, of course not. I rubbed Cirrus's head, looking toward the direction Pi left in. I was sure that woman had ulterior motives. She was either trying to use us to get herself out of trouble, or she was luring us into a trap. If I really decided to work with her, it wouldn't be for any personal benefit. It would be for information. We need more information to discover her true purpose. The place Pi went to wasn't far from the current location. After taking care of the monsters along the way, we soon spotted her. She and her bodyguards stood on the ice that formed after the sea froze over. Even though they were out in the open, the monsters here strangely ignored them. It was as if there was an invisible spell or invisible wall separating them. Pi, thought it over? Spotting us approaching, Pi waved her hand. The bodyguards next to her suddenly transformed into data blocks, then immediately reformed as monsters on the snowfield. Cirrus, what did you do? Pi, calm down. They're just those monsters made up of data in this realm. Myself, is this how you intend to handle the monsters? She was able to manipulate the data in the realm herself, so there was no reason she should be trapped here. Director Pi, that doesn't seem like something you should be able to do. Pi, these Ganges power, obviously, how would it be able to handle the defense system otherwise? But this is the only small part of Ganja's power. I can't create more data monsters. Hot evil girls in this. Yes, hot evil girls in this gotcha. Pi, I'm sure you discovered the monsters here will regenerate indiscriminately, attacking anyone. Remember how I said Ganja's defense system is similar to an immune system? I'll have these monsters attack the outside monsters to trigger the defense system's reaction. The monsters will all gather around here. Then, if you defeat them all, you can temporarily paralyze the defense system. Cirrus, so we can just keep moving ahead and you'll leave? Pi, at this point, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. At worst, we'll just die here together. Myself, don't lie to her. Pi, you are just like W. You only value your life above anything else. W was the Russian director that was in the last episode, or the last episodes, a few episodes earlier. It was during the human experimentation arc, and he was killed. So in one of these loading screens, you'll see a guy literally pinned by arrows against a wall. That's what was left of W. They're all evil. Bah, need more water. Okay, got more. Okay. But there is one who hates me. Pi, aren't you well aware of that? Why are you hesitating? Cirrus, she's going to go back on her word, Adjutant. That was true, but she would have to wait until we were all safe to do so. And when that happened, I would be the one with the surprise. Pi, looks like we have a deal then. I wish you all luck. An indigo shadow shuffled over the snowfield like a wolf hunting its prey. Becoming fragmented made things too easy for her, both in reality and the realm. She effortlessly dissolved and vanished only to reappear somewhere else. The second she entered the Tower of Hanoi, the cleanup team lying on the ground had her on high alert. After going into the realm, she was even more sure that the person on her mind was in danger. The deeper she went, the more intense and foreboding the feeling in her gut grew. Finally, after dashing up a hill, she saw hundreds of monsters rushing toward a single point, like a flood. In the center of the crowd, his figure was clearly visible. Katya. Heh, could be worse. Myself. Careful. I guarded Cirrus behind me, then struck a monster trying to attack her with a backhanded punch. That's one thing that happened, is that with every tree that's been resounding, the neural stem within the adjutant has been intensifying. So he's been slowly evolving into something, because he's not quite a god, but he's definitely more than human. So before he wasn't able to take on these creatures, but now he actually can. As the monster shattered into pieces, several others glared at me, roaring and moving closer. After my pistol had run out of bullets, I could only rely on hand-to-hand combat. Cirrus took care of the powerful enemies, while MODOK and I took care of the others. As for Nozomi, she was working hard to report how many monsters we'd already defeated. We couldn't keep this up for long, even though it wasn't too difficult to defeat them. We were expending way too much energy. MODOK. Ugh. The moment I helped Cirrus fight off enemies, MODOK let out a pained groan. I turned to see him fall on the ground, gripping his right arm. After all, no one in New Hentiro had any combat experience. Holding out this long was already no small feat. I ducked and dodged my way over to him after knocking back the monsters next to him. I dragged him back behind me and Cirrus. When I looked up again, I spotted a monster rushing toward me. Before I knew it, it was right in front of me. Whoosh. I was startled by the sound of something slicing through the air as the monster in front of me fell down. A familiar smell wafted into my nostrils. And here we have Katja Klein. Katja, you're getting better and better at messing with people. Myself. Good thing you made it. Serious. Katja? Katja. No time for questions right now. Let's go. Combat Episode 5, The Breach. I'm going to replace her with my Katja because I guarantee you my Katja is better. Let's go with another here. That's a lot of...
問題ない。行こう。 目標達成。ビューンってね。
Stage intel. During combat, enemies will continuously appear through portals, and the number of portals will gradually increase as well. Enemies will prioritize moving in a defensive area when the enemy takes damage. After a certain amount of time passes without taking damage, the enemies continue moving toward the defensive area. Stage warning. When enemies in the defensive area, the destruction value will then disappear. The destruction value is blah blah blah. You lose the battle. Essentially tower defense, but without the towers. Nozumi, I think we're surrounded. Does it mean they have a superior hand? Miss Katja, we still need to exercise caution. Katja, you just need to protect the adjutant. I'll look after the Tin Man and the virtual girl over there.
Supplies. 残念。図星のようね。間にある道を。
Alright, Soren, because I think you just arrived here? This whole realm is basically... Oh, none of these roads are this, all this realm is basically VTubers and flesh tubers. It's an odd and funny little story that's been drenched with intrigue. Yeah. I'm not joking. It's literally just it's between the okay. You end up with like the digital people, which chose to upload themselves, and then you end up with the other people that cutscene.
規模の大きい爆発を起こせば敵を引きつ
Perhaps
け
an
ることは
explosion
で
large
きる
enough
と
to
思う
lead enemies away.
やめておきなさい。
We don't
格
need
好
you
を
to
つけ
play
る
the
のは
hero
まだ早
yet.
いわ。それに
And
分
besides,
析
the
員だってきっ
adjutant
と反
never
対する
agreed,
はずだから。
says Katja.
しびれを切らしたようだね、ゴーシャン。場所がバレた以上
You expose your location, you can't escape.
否定
Ganges, negative.
今期には移動
I
す
have no
る予
intention
定
to
は
attempt
な
to
い
escape. I was not expecting Ganges to be male.
舞台は終焉の時を告げた。なんてね。
Technically, we are investigating that to see who's winning, because Ganges is basically the super AI that controls all this realm and world, and he's malfunctioning. So we've been sent to investigate this whole entire thing, and now we have several different parties and groups involved in this going on. So far, because this is not, even though this, we're not dealing with Titans or anything. It's like a completely different quest. And that's the human experimentation. Story progress 5. Change of tactics. Yeah, she's a good girl. She's because of all the human experimentation, she was the daughter of a noble, but the family died and she was left to hold the estate. She because her lineage, in a lot of ways, she became a hybrid between the Titans and humanity. But effectively, like, she's an adult, but she has the mindset of a child because of what she's gone through. So, but because of what she's gone through as well, when she with being abandoned and everything else, she's basically like a wild beast. She will actively growl when attacking people. Katja, what the? Katja slowly stashed her crossbow and glanced around. After that, a burst of brilliant light, and the monsters covering the snowfield disappeared in an instant. Not even data blocks were left behind. Cirrus, Adjutant, are you okay? Cirrus was breathing heavily, her face red. She slowly walked over to me with her head lowered. I'm so sorry. It seems that that woman escaped in the chaos. Myself, it's okay. That's not surprising. I wrapped one of Cirrus's arms around my shoulders to support her, looking for somewhere I could take her to rest. But the height difference between us is still pretty big. After thinking about it, I decided to carry her on my back. She grunted softly, as if she wanted to say something, but she kept it to herself in exhaustion. Katja, you look as strong as ever. Myself, what's that? I ignored Katja as she rolled her eyes, walking toward an open space nearby. Just then, Nozomi's auxiliary bot had also landed. Nozomi, wow, wow, wow! See, VTuber. And I'm not joking. Myself, what's going on? Nozomi, Mr. Adjutant, those monsters all just collapsed at once. Ganges must be fighting back. And Ganges is the AI. Myself, it looks like that must be the case. Nozomi, it came to help us itself. Does that mean that Ganges isn't actually experiencing any serious issues? Myself, it could be because there were too many monsters here, so its system had no choice but to deal with them. I found an area without any snow to put Cirrus down. I then sat down next to her as she could lean on my shoulder. After some time, her rapid breathing gradually slowed, and she fell asleep. Oh, Nozomi, have you seen MODOK? I look around, glancing at Nozomi. I asked this in a low voice. Nozomi, yeah, it seems like he disappeared with that burst of light just now. Come on, don't worry. Ganges is helping us out, right? It must have discovered that MODOK was hurt and took him out of here. I hope that's the case. Yeah, she has a really good design. Katja. And what's her next move? Katja walked over, squatting in front of me and hugging her knees. Wittingly or unwittingly, her blue eyes wandered all over the place. Myself. What are you looking at? Katja. I'm checking to see my darling Kara lost any limbs after sneaking into the lion's den. She was implying she wanted to know what happened. I sorted through all the information in my mind and told her the story so far. Katja, you actually agreed to work with the former director, and you let her get away. Katja suddenly got closer, moving next to my ear like an agile feline. She then let out a breathy laugh. I know that's what you told these two, you big, fat liar. Myself, ... Katja, why so tense? Does me saying that while she's sleeping make you feel guilty? I grabbed onto her fingers that were holding my temple. She shook my head and placed my finger on her lips. Oh, just so you know, these the adjutant and Katja already slept together. So a lot of people are not happy. Well, a lot of the characters in the game are not happy about that. Myself, before we figure out our opponent's plan, just play dumb for my sake. For my sake. Flashback. Urza, you suspended my research and dissolved my team without authorization, and now you're saying it was for my sake? Kalpana. ... Urza, the realms are my project. Kalpana. And you are my daughter. I'm no more aware than anyone that you've been obsessed with designing realms since you were little. You're just like T. Once you have a goal, you'll do anything to reach it. Yes, we're the adjutant. Essentially, you're the adjutant and you have a big harem of ladies. But Katja is the only one being that brazen. So far, story-wise, the only people that have slept with the adjutant is Katja and Enya. In essence, yeah, the character is kind of a man whore now. Urza, then you should know what my research means to me. Urza could feel her vision gradually blurring. Her emotional tears began to streaming out, uncontrollably filling her eyes. She was now somewhat grateful that Kalpana suggested that they lie down and watch the stars while talking. They couldn't see each other's expressions, and she didn't have to hide her embarrassment. Kalpana, I told you long ago that these realms are and will always be civilian technology. Just look at the research you've been conducting recently. Immersive shooting practice, interrogation technology, battlefield simulations. Do you want to sell this tech to the military and start another war? The war in Eurus has already been raging for 5 years. Do you want Kuru to follow suit? Urza. ... Urza, you're so naive, Mom. You think the officials who've been investing in these realms are all these years aren't thinking of the same exact thing? After T left, the realms wouldn't have survived this long if it hadn't brought them on board. Kalpana, I'll figure something out myself. Urza, please, Mom. If we don't negotiate with them while we have the upper hand, we'll never get this chance again. Please. End flashback. Cirrus! Exclamation marks. Cirrus suddenly awoke from her dream. She almost smacked into my chest after suddenly raising her head. She stared at me with a dazed expression. After a moment, she snapped back to reality and cuddled up next to me again, as if she had just noticed she was safely lying in my arms. Adjutant, where's everyone else? Cirrus says. Myself, don't worry. Katya and Nozomi are looking for a portal out of this realm, and nearby monsters have all disappeared, so they should be able to find it in no time. Nozomi, I'm back! Before I could even finish speaking, I heard Nozomi's trademark high-pitched voice. Her white auxiliary bot circled overhead before slowly stopping in front of Cirrus and me. Myself, so you found the portal? Nozomi, yep, it's super close. It's in the canyon up ahead. I saw it clear as day after flying in the air. Nozomi proudly patted her chest. After all, she was the only one who could take flight anytime, anywhere. And I saw some footprints in the snow in front of the portal. That woman, Pi, must have gone before us. Cirrus, didn't she say she was going to leave? Why is she going deeper? When she heard Pi's whereabouts mentioned, Cirrus rushed to stand up. However, she fell back down into my arms due to her fatigue. Myself, don't try to be strong. Let's figure out a plan after Katya gets back. Cirrus, okay. Cirrus bit her lip, took a deep breath, and raised her head to look at me with an anxious expression. Cirrus, I knew it. She lied to us. She must be after Ganges for some reason. We have to stop her. If she does something to Ganges, then life's treatment... encourage. Our goal has never been to stop her. Our goal was always to keep moving ahead ourselves, right? Cirrus, I'm worried. Where's my say so waifu hat? I think I have to check the list, the roster list. After this mission, I'll check. Myself, worried about what? Cirrus, I'm worried Pi is going to trick you and hurt you. I'm worried that we came all this way to New Hentiro and prepared so much for life's treatment only for it to... And that isn't going to happen. Don't worry, says the adjutant. Cirrus, adjutant. Myself, to protect all of you, I'll be even worse, crueler, and more evil than our enemies. No schemes or tricks can hurt me or any of you. Cirrus, no, that's not right. I don't want you to be like that, adjutant. I turned a deaf ear in a soft mumbling. It was truly an uncomfortable image. Fortunately, Katya came back just in time to interrupt our conversation. We followed Nozomi down the path. A few minutes into the canyon she mentioned appeared in front of us. It was very reminiscent of the canyon of the perished in Eurus. Steep cliffs cut across the path ahead. leaving only a narrow passage. Thick snow sat atop the cliffs on both sides. Occasionally, chunks of snow would slow off, making heavy, muffled sounds as they hit the ground. A familiar portal glowed dimly, waiting for us to activate it. Nozomi. Heh. What is it? I was just thinking. It's a good thing those monsters were taken care of. If they ambushed us here, it could be bad. Before she could finish speaking, a loud booming sound instantly overwhelmed her voice. The once silent canyon began to rumble as if it was going to swallow us up. Nozomi. Ah! Nozomi quickly covered her mouth, but the loud noise didn't cease her movement. Cirrus, an avalanche! Katja, no, it's an earthquake. My body leaped into action before my mind had time to react. I wrapped one arm around the nearly collapsed Cirrus, grabbed Nozomi's auxiliary bot, then firmly stomped my right foot into the ground. Run! Nozomi, wah! The portal wasn't far off, but every step was a struggle. It was in times like these when I really envied Katja. Then she used the fragmented form to bypass everything, rushing straight ahead as if she were running on flat ground. Cirrus followed me closely, using her screen to protect us. We could only hear rocks of varying sizes crashing down like rain. We were just steps away. When we saw the portal was within reach, we jumped through one after another. We heard something that sounded like glass shattering. The deafening sound stopped as we made our way through the portal into another realm without any issue. But the realm in front of us wasn't much better than once we escaped from. Nozomi, this is a blood-red sky dyed the land of crimson, and the air seemed to be stagnant. We were standing on a large grassy expanse, but there was no signs of life whatsoever. Unlike the first two realms, which were based on real places, this world had an incredibly dangerous and alarming aura. Nozomi, this looks like the aftermath of an apocalypse. Nozomi was already hiding behind me, seemingly unconsciously speaking in a quiet voice. Cirrus, pie. Cirrus clenched her fists as she stared into the distant sky, shouting in a deep voice. She rarely let out anger directly like this, and we all fell silent for a moment. Cirrus, if I were stronger, I wouldn't have wasted so much time myself. It's not your fault, Cirrus. Of course it wasn't her fault, but that sudden earthquake and the realm nearly collapsing, everything was urging us to hurry up. I still had a lingering doubt in the back of my mind. What was Pai's true goal? If she really didn't create the monsters in the realm, then instead of saying she was impeding our progress, it would be more accurate to say she was chasing us, forcing us forward. And for you, Soren, let's look at the operators. Katja, definitely not say so. Fenny, twin tail, prissy tsundere girl. Kinda say so, but you know, she's your trope. Yao, a lazy slacker that's also a neat that is only a sniper because it's less amount of effort imaginable. Not maybe say so. Oh no, all the Yaos are the same. It's just the only difference being is that this is Winter Solstice, the Winter Solstice armor, and the other Yao, the healing Yao, is the Quiet Quitter Yao. So she's the healer. Yeah, Office Lady Yao. So they're all the same Yaos. It's just that each one is different equipment. So each one has its own different kit and everything else. So every single 4-star will inevitably and eventually get a 5-star. Yao. Moxer. Yeah, I would say so. She say so, but at the same time she has severe nerve damage, so she can't feel any pain. And for that matter, I don't think she can feel pleasure either. Chen Xing. She is very true to her emotions because she likes that. She loves the adjutant, and she likes her friend Cirrus because she's dear friends with Cirrus. She was not at the drop zone for the Titans. Cirrus was, because Cirrus was meant to go to Chen Xing, but Chen Xing had to cancel that. So what ended up happening is that she ended up having all the trauma ended up dumping on her, but Chen Xing was never there. But she has eidetic memory, which means she can remember. She has perfect memory. She has memory of everything, and has been doing her best to try and help Cirrus. So I would say she's say so. Cherno. Cherno is interesting because Cherno herself is very say so. She's in essence like the Hinata of this game, but she has an alter ego, the split personality, which is oh crap, I forgot her name now. But her split personality is far from it. She is essentially like a psycho bitch. So her alternate personality takes all of the trauma from Cherno, so Cherno could live peacefully. So, but you because of what this. So that is the alternate persona, the dark persona. So you're basically getting 2 waifus for the price of 1 in the same body. Yeah, her 5-star is the event one, which is right now. That's this one. So she got a buff, an obvious buff, because this is what she looked like as an original character before. And this is what she looks like now. So she got a buff. That was Cherno. Cirrus? Cirrus is a mixed bag because not much of her memory is there. That's what this storyline is. We don't really know much about her, but as is, she's, I would say so. Enya. Very, yeah, unsay so. Yes, everything is on constant rotation. So after this is, after her, it's going to be Kacha. And oh yeah, because you were never here. You weren't here. So the operatives, and you only need this game is immensely free to play. They spend most of their like how they actually get their currency or get you to pay is via costumes. So they sell you costumes. So that's how they make their money, is off of all cosmetics. Very like it's obvious. But because this is what her ordinary one looked like for Enya, and this is what her bot costume looks like for Enya. But let's see. When all you need to do is just pull just one of these characters, and then you unlock this whole section. And all this section is done for pieces, like pieces of the character. And the characters are unlocked via this this personal file. So you get a storyline which gives you pieces for each thing. But then if you want more, you get them here. And you get these daily. You get 12 daily. But during events, you get these items which can refill it. So that way you get to go more and more into it. So it's you only need to pull one of the character, and then you're good, because then you can just farm it daily. Maybe I should make a say-so tier list. The Yao's office one, this one's free, as long as I think it's either a login event or a mission-based event, but this one's free. And it's this one that I think is paid for. So all the battle damage skins are wrong shot. There we go. All the battle damage skins are all paid. So this currency is only in the daily what is it called? The monthly pass? Not the battle pass, the monthly pass. And that's how you get those currencies. And this currency will allow you to get a weapon skin. If you want to buy it, stickers. So I bought the sticker for these two characters, Tess and Fenny. And here's the other one, the other battle damage skin. And then you also get the adjutant glasses. So just in case you didn't want to be the adjutant with the hood, you can have cool glasses. Yeah, it's a fun game. And you can look right there. There is my UID. So I think you can, yeah, right here. You can add that UID to the list, and I will pop up. So you can add me to the list, and we can do multiplayer runs. Oh, multiplayer. This is one of the multiplayer matches, and the other multiplayer matches are all linked to this event. So you get them as soon as they unlock. I don't remember which one is. Defense Line Zero could be the hero game. Oh, right, it says right there. Co-op. So you get 2 co-op missions this thing. I think let's see. Yeah, Enya's a sweetheart though. She's like the big your typical big sis energy. Acacia is interesting. She is your standard gamer girl from either the 90s or the 2000s. She was in essence frozen or locked in cryo sleep and brought back, God, like I forgot what year it is in this world, but she's probably over like 100 years, so she's known as the old lady. But she's very blunt and direct. So she is say-so until, well, she has a sharp tongue, let's put it that way. And here's Frisia. Frisia is a nerd. Like, straight up a nerd. She develops all the a lot of the special tech that's in the Heimdall area, or the Heimdall Force. Life, on the other hand, is very, she's not true to her feelings. So she's by definition very say-so. But because she's not true to her feelings, it leaves, you know, people like Katja, who's very blunt and straight to the point, to sweep in and, you know, take the adjutant for herself. Haru. Haru is your atypical soldier's girl. She was raised to be she was raised by a military family, has a long, basically she's like your atypical samurai. She is I would say so. She's very bashful and shy when it comes to everything. Unless it's like combat or something that she really likes. She is based off of oh man, I forgot the god. It was the one that jammed or lost the arm to, I think it was Cerberus? So this is a prosthetic arm. Oh, Marion. Marion is she's a freak. She likes bondage, she likes pain, but at the same time she's also a rich kid that is daughter to the people that make literally all this tech, all this suit and equipment. She is the test dummy because she purposely makes herself to be the test dummy of all the equipment, of all the suits that they put out. So she's funny and interesting and entertaining, but she's also an aimbot. She plays, as long as you target something like a location, her skill is just like pop, 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 pop. So she's unironically like the 360 no scope kind of character. Yeah, she hasn't been given much love because she's not a bad character, but from design from a gameplay perspective, she's probably one of the worst characters, only because it's just how our kit works and functions. Actually, I could probably demonstrate. Oh, Nita. Nita is a meathead. She's based off of one of the Indian gods, but she's very ditzy and dumb, and yeah, she's just a big tomboy meathead, and she's legitimately tall. She's tall and beefy. This is 5-star Haru. It's the same as Haru, but you know, not that version. And they just went full all in on the samurai motif. Eshel is the girl that I spoke of earlier. She's the one with all the issues. So she's essentially an adult, but functionally, mentally a child. This is the new Cirrus. And then there's Tess. And this is the girl that has the lever action sniper rifle. But she's really good support because she charges special. She charges, like, she does so much different things, but she does it off field. So she doesn't deal much damage. So she's kind of that weird category where this game didn't really know what they wanted to do with her or do with the characters. And as a direct result, they ended up creating her, which is almost purely like a really good design, but purely off field. And she has a bunny girl costume that's really, really, really sweet. But she's not an on-field kind of person. But ever since her, every single support that came thereafter, like Eshel, are all designed with the purpose of co-op in mind. So all of these characters are now going forward are going to be some degree of sub DPS. So you actually can run them in a co-op team effectively. But she say so. A bit rabid, but say so. And Tess is definitely not say so, but she's a Genki girl. So she has a high energy, she's a spy, she's like, you know, it's your atypical little thing. I don't know who you guys are, but let's see. Who? You were 8 days away. Sorry, Benzo, you gotta go. And Elbow. Oh dear God, you don't have badges. Delete. I'll maybe keep you. Nah, maybe you know what? Sorry, Kiki. You're being deleted. So that way I can have room for anyone that wants to play. Ooh. Claim. And back to the story. And we're almost done with the story. Combat Mission 6. Speed. I pray for your role, Soren. Although, you don't have to worry because, here's the shop. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here it is. You get this from just rolling. So you get this currency from just rolling. So as long as you roll, you just get this. And all of this stuff is your premium currency, your premium pools, your standard pools, your premium weapon pools, and your standard weapon pools. So they give this out, I think, every 20 days, like near monthly. And yeah, it is, like I said, it's immensely free to play. And all this stuff is all attainable via just playing. This is the only weird one where if you pull multiples of like this weapon and then you can just disintegrate it, it turns into this currency. So that way you can pick whatever the hell you want. But it does mean that you can pick anything that you want, including limited weapons. The only difference being is that you have to have at least one of the weapon in order to use this currency for it. But when you pull certain things, you also get this currency as well. And this currency can be either used for the permits here or exchanged for a weapon if you get that high. So far, I haven't exchanged it for anything yet because I'm not sure what I want at the moment. So I might keep it just for this stuff, and then just because all this stuff is standard banner weapons, so nothing here is really special. I mean, it is special because they're powerful weapons. Because Battle Veteran is good, Olympus is shit. Don't get that. You get this for free anyway. Horn of Orca is Marion's weapon. Space Cowboy is Yao's weapon. Stardust Memory is Life's weapon. Sunny Payback is Fenny. Tiny Grains is technically Nita's, but it's basically just a beef stick. So it goes on anyone that's a shotgunner. It's just that good. Star Ocean is Haru. Trials Eve is Chen Xing's. And Lava Bones is Frisia. And she's the one that casts that big gigantic laser beam. And you also get stuff via all this like the trial. Like you get currency from just doing the trials, just playing just, like you get so much. Including main story. Oh wait, hard. The hard chapters, you get currency, and you also get pools as well. Ah, there we go. See, pools. And then you also get them from the underground. Needless to say, it's very, very, very friendly. You don't have to worry about this game. And from everything that I'm seeing and everything I'm playing, yeah, Cirrus is looking really, really, really solid. I mean, I'm going to be skipping her on this account, but I do have a secondary account, which I probably will be pulling on her because she's just a really fun character. Like, she gets right in your face. Actually, you know what? I'll other, go to page. I'll just go to just chatting right now, because that way I can demonstrate some of these characters. Oh, and there's also a daily reward too. That gives you the free premium currencies. I don't know why the audio is off. Turn that down. Turn that down. Turn that down. Turn that down. So this is Ashel. So I pulled I did alternates. So I pulled for Eshel on one and then pulled for Haru on another. So this one is not, I did not put any money into this one at all. So this is all completely free to play. And to let you show you something, manifestation. You can, like I said, you could do all of this via free to play. So all you do is just play the game. It's immensely easy. But it's just that easy. But this is I don't need her anymore. So let's go with Eshel. You know what? I'm gonna start doing pools. Let's see how good my lucks are on the free-to-play account. Purple. But this is the currency. That's the the purple currency, so you're always going to get the purple currency. Come on. Let's skip that. Oh, Acacia. Another 10. Damn. Skip. More Acacia. And these could all be broken down just for components or whatever. So you don't have to worry about that. Damn, my pools are shit. Oh. Sure no. This Fenny is super good. Because even though she's a 4-star, she almost plays like a 5-star because of the way that her kit works. Her standard E skill allows her to instantly reload a shotgun shell into her shotgun. So if you get a good roll going with attacking enemies, you could basically just go blam, fire, blam, fire, blam, fire, and just keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until your SP runs out, which is your special meter, or like a skill meter, because you have the skill meter and then you have the special meter. Streamer no luck. I thought streamers were supposed to have good luck. Damn. This is starting to hurt. Purple, purple, purple. Okay, 70. Ah, there we go.
Fanny Golden. Who should I make the autograph out to?
Fanny.
Naruse Haru, Heimdall Force, awaiting orders.
Haru. Yeah. She does a lot of crazy stuff. Like, you can push enemies off of ledges, and because she does a lot of movement capabilities, like that. Even her special launches enemies either away from you or in the air or whatever. And there's Cirrus. We got her early. I wonder if I should go for the weapon as well. You know what? Screw it. And the good thing is that the year anniversary is right around the corner. It's in crap, I forgot when it was. So there's gonna be more good stuff coming pretty soon. Oh, those are new weapons I never got, at least on this one. Precious Baby. I think... No, wait. Precious Baby, I think was good. Kinetic. Oh, yeah, this was good on, what's it called? On, Nita. Because she does a lot of shielding. There's one that was, like, Riot Cop or Robocop or something like maybe not Robocop. It was something or other. It's only, like, one shot. It's horrible. I don't know why they had it. Yeah, it's this game out it almost died on release, and then they switched everything around, and then now it's doing very, very well. But yeah, it's going on almost a year now. Come on. Skip. But they also have different classifications of weapons as well. So they have automatic versions of them, and then you have single fire versions of them. And each one will do something completely different. Come on. What should I get? Well, thank you, I guess. I mean, it really... Got it! It honestly doesn't feel like it's been as long as it has. So I mean, theoretically speaking, I probably could go to pity, so that way I get these characters. I mean, I could, but I'd rather save the currency, because this is the free-to-play one. If I was paying, maybe not for this, but in this one, going to pity might actually be good, because then you can get different weapons, and it's a much better statistical odd right here, because I'm already like halfway through. So this one maybe not, because all you get is just this. This is new. This I think has a rotation though, so these characters might be different, but or at least whatever. The characters, if anything, oh, there we go. The standard character of the standard characters, Life is really good, and Life paired with Enya, the 5-star Enya, is solid, because she works off of like little robots and little drones, and she has an SMG. So as long as you're shooting something with the SMG, you respawn the energy for your drones. So the only thing that really slows you down is your reload time. So she's a good pick. Fenny is a good pick, and Yao is a good pick. Even though I don't like the slower play style of sniper rifles, she's solid. She hits hard. She hits like a truck. And Fenny is just a crit monster. In conjunction with a shotgun, just any shotgun, especially if it's electrical, she just turns into a meat grinder. The only thing that slows her down at all is is the reload time, because reloads will do slow it down. So basically, she's if like let's say like this is her damage, it goes spike damage, and then drops, and then flatlines, and then spike damage, and then drops flatlines, because the flatlines don't mean that you're not dealing any damage. It's just that you're reloading during that time. And life is just good, solid overall damage. These two, Frisia is the highest. She has on par with like the highest clear times in or the shortest clear times for bosses, but it takes a very high investment. So you not only need her weapon, you need a good logistics team, and you need her at a decent manifestation. I mean, granted, she's in standard, so you're gonna get her at some point. Marion is fun. She's not a bad character, she's just fun. But when you're up against this, and then you're up against like this, or this, she's definitely not the best pick. But there we go. I don't know why I'm using that stuff. I can use this. Level up. Boop. And then weapon. Change. Upgrade. Upgrade. Now, with each of these characters, they all level up somewhat differently. So, for instance, this thing is giving me HP boost. So the character itself is probably HP based. Oh, crit rate. Let's go with accuracy in the attack. Could be something better. Could be something better. Let's go with max HP. Okay. And how you figure that out is looking at this. So this will tell you exactly how to build the character. It's like thermal damage, yada yada yada. Sprint damage is based off of Sirius's HP. The screen harmony is based off of attack and 30% of HP. So you want HP and attack. And HP. Oh. HP. Yeah, she's basically HP and attack. And then with logistics, these are your kind of artifact style characters. And they're reworking some of the artwork. So that's what this means. But you get right here, alignment index. That is also good. So ideally what you want is, depending on the character, you may want alignment index. You may want, in the case of this character, you want HP, probably attack, or maybe crit rate or crit damage. And the third one, you want it to be your chosen your element. So since Cirrus is thermal, you want thermal. But that is how you do that. Electrical. Oh. Let's try that out. Oh. Equip. And as long as you have like one of these characters selected, it'll start to show via here what your connection is. Hey, Trump. But oh, I forgot. And these are channeling. So in a lot of ways, it's kind of like if you ever seen the manga or anime Freezing, you have all this stuff based on it here, and this all helps out with your character because this empowers your skills, and this helps exponentially because it gives you extra alignment index, it gives you extra attack, it gives you extra XP. But once the character is done and leveled, you're basically done with that. And then you get even more stuff for just doing that. So we've got a Deimos. I mean, I could do this, but let's move on. And oh, no, I don't want to change. I want to upgrade. Note that you don't necessarily need the weapon at all, because the events will always have the event style weapon right here. So if for whatever reason you don't want to get the weapon, they have this weapon, which is the a smaller, weaker version of the best in slot kind of weapon for the character. And these weapons are just as good as the big one. The only difference being is that the big one, like the actual sourced weapon, is better for the character when establishing certain skills and abilities. Oop. Operative. Weapon. Train. And that is that. I probably should be throwing some of that like this stuff in there. But this is gonna take a while. Ideally, you could also just recycle them. Actually, let's demonstrate Eshel. No one is off me. Okay. I'm not gonna wait for players. Because Eshel is a healer. She's probably the strongest healer in the game. And she is hyper aggressive. She's not the strongest of the shotgunners, but she's a healer. And she's so strong that if you have her on your team, no one wins. Because well, that's not entirely true. There are bosses that can and will just wreck you if you're not careful. So there is that. So if you're not paying attention, it can be bad. But it's I actually like her because I can get right up in someone's face like that. But this will be pretty quick.
次はドイツだ。あ？これじゃ全然足りないぞ。
Come on. There we go.
逃げるな。フラや。
And when I'm doing that the E, it acts as a grouper, but also gives me special ammunition which causes piercing. Oh. But the Z, this one, that one knocks enemies back and gives healing.
逃げるな。
So she is a like this is what I'm talking about when I say that, you know, ever since the test character, they've made the support characters do a lot more damage and do a lot more overall abilities.
動かなくなっちゃった。
Because because if you're in multiplayer and you're just have a bad character, well, not necessarily bad characters, just a support character that you're not really doing or can't really do much with, it kind of hurts and it makes you feel bad about your pool. But nowadays they don't do that. They only did that once, and they haven't done it since.
Those without a conscience don't belong on the battlefield. Come on, then. Keep them coming.
And this is Haru, the samurai, the
It's got
5-star
to be.
samurai. She's I basically on this account I went all in. So I have her max and I have her weapon max. So yeah. But she's always very fun because she's very mobile. So so far though there has not really
Objective
been
complete.
any bad character,
Stay alert.
because even the quote unquote bad
That's all there
characters
is?
are actually
Absconded
pretty
to.
good. But they're just good in their own retrospect. So Tess is really
Taste
good
my blade.
in support of your other team.
Reveal.
And Marion Swift is just kind of just fun in general. Now, granted, this is in multiplayer, so the multiplayer, the co-op difficulty, at least in this mode, isn't as difficult. Whereas there's other multiplayer matches where it is immensely difficult, depending on the situation and circumstance. And
準備できたよ。行こう。
with the 4-star Cirrus, she just casts a shield and, you know, plants it down. It's a pretty good shield,
通
but
してください。
this one, yeah, she goes full on Captain America and
近づくな。
it charges
What
at
just
enemies.
happened? I can keep this. I can do it. もう迷わない。It's fine. I won't even remember it
So
in a minute.
with that, that's what this is. It builds up your E builds up this this little meter here. And you can unlock that meter with your special. And then it's
fine.
basically kind of like a nuke.
I can keep this.
it's quite. At least in the story, I've been enjoying it, and she does hold up. Oh. The only I was gonna say like the only real downside, but she's technically not a downside, is the shotgun, because you deal a lot of damage, but you're also, you know, shotgun. Because there's so far in the game, there's no automatic shotgun and there's no mag-fed shotgun. So it's probably for a for balance purposes or balance reasons. But
keep these?
I have a feeling it's only a matter of time before they actually do just release one. Plus, the good thing about the shotgun is that it can destroy those yellow parts really easy.
Phew, that was close.
And there we go. That is demonstration. But I would like to finish up the story, so I'm going to quit out of that alt account and go back to my main. What's funny is that my main intention was to play Snowbreak and then Nikke as well, but I ended up spending almost 6 hours on this game alone. But granted, I was also reading the story, so there is that as well. And then here's the battle pass. You get like this character skin. I mean, this is Moxer, so I mean, I like Moxer, but you know, yeah, I would say not probably the best one. Yeah, it's definitely not the best one. This is the best one. Yeah, time does. I'm constantly astounded by how quickly time does actually fly, because it goes by way too fast, way too fast. But I will be right back because I have to go to the bathroom. Yes, thank you, JP. You go one more game. It's 6 a.m. Be right back.
スポットライトを浴びて舞台の中心に立つ準備はできたはず。あなたがね。 身分？それも偽装の一つに過ぎない。
All right, I have returned. Sorry about that. There we go. I had to go pee. I went through, I think it was like 3 bottles of water already. So, in this game, not a lot of it is, what is it called? Voice acted yet. So, I've been doing quite a lot of reading. All right. Now let's continue where we left off. Combat level 6, speed. Oh. Let's do this. So you can see side-by-side comparison.
道教えてよ、分析員。この小世界、空が割れてるみたいなんだけど。
The sky has seemed ripped from
空だけ
seams.
じゃないわ。
That's
この
not
小
just the
世界
sky.
全体
This
が
entire realm is
崩れ
falling
始め
apart.
ている。
豪者の状態がかなり悪化してるっぽいね。
Ganges is the great
悪事
condition.
のこれ以上
We
の
can't
干
let
渉は
that
まず
evil
い
lady
よ。
get any further. Okay. Cirrus 5-star.
I'll try not to let you down.
Cirrus 3-star. Or 4-star.
私一人で十分。
5-star.
I'll try not to
Four-star.
let you down. I'll try not to let you down. I'll try not to let you down.
Yeah. I think the devs know what they're doing.
I'll try not to let you down.
Okay.
Don't
Charge!
I can do it. Someone's
Use.
probably looking for this.
Okay, that's one. Oh, yeah, these guys. These guys are little machine gun turtles.
I'll protect you.
It can be quite a pain if you don't have
It's fine.
sniper rifles,
I have more.
shotguns, or even crossbows for that matter. Because if it's a strong, if it deals strong damage, especially physical damage, then you can deal with the yellow ones a lot easier.
I can do it.
And that's the this is the tutorial character that they give you. So she's not designed perfectly. So
Oh, it's fine. Oh. すみません。
shit.
I don't remember being this tired.
問題ない。
I'm done.
行こう。
Done
こ
with
れで終わ
this
り？
guy.
My turn?
Those guys
Someone's
steal your
gotta be
skills,
looking for this.
and they have like they're not fun to play around with. You generally you want to get rid of them fairly quickly.
I can do it. I'll protect you.
Now this
Good.
this beach event was the summer event that they sprung in the winter, which is actually kind of nice. It's kind of messed up seeing it like this, but
It's fine. I have more.
all things considered,
I can do it.
気をつけて
careful.
バーチャルロードが消
State
えかかって
disruption is causing parts of the path to disappear.
こっちから回ろう。
Let's go this way.
私一人で十分
I'll try not to let you down. Easy, easy.
問題ない行こう残念図星のようね
I'll protect you.
これって猫ババじゃないの
And that guy, you can just aim at the weapon. Yeah, I love this this OST.
My turn? Oh,
Cutscene.
the recording.
I feel this. There's a ton of data turbulence
データ
here.
の乱れがひどくて。もうダメ。
I'm going to disconnect from the network for a bit.
機内モードに切り替えるね。敵も同じく影響を受
The
けている
enemies seem
み
to
た
be
い。
affected as well.
この
Let's
隙に
attack
走
them
り切
now.
ろう。
Yeah, because they were glitching.
Easy, easy. You can do it. I can do it.
Too much.
もう迷わない。
Goodbye.
Phew, that was close.
One lived. Two lived.
But it's fine. I have more.
Mission complete.
怪我した記憶なんて忘れちゃえ。
Next stage. I love Snowbreak. Story mission. No other choice. On the streets of New Hentiro, Agave and Life were still locked in a standoff. Life. Can you show people what will happen in the future with your ability? Life grabbed her right arm, the arm that was pierced by a bullet in the image that she saw earlier. She could feel the residual phantom pain. Yeah, her ult is strong. It's just like it's predicated on the number at the bottom, so you build that up via just shield charging, and then you burst down with your ult, and it just it nukes enemies. So if you get all, I guess if you have multiple enemies and you cast that, it spreads all those charges across all the enemies. But if you have one powerful enemy, it just puts all those charges on them. Life. Whatever you did, it doesn't matter. I won't lose anyone. I won't let anyone stop me from finding Kara, or the adjutant. Agave. She was clearly seriously hurt, even after seeing such an image. Her gaze isn't wavering at all. Agave felt her legs begin to shake. She didn't know if it was due to using her ability or simply an unknown fear. Agave. If she cares that much about the adjutant, and he's probably the same, did I even stand a chance? As Agave's eyes dimmed, the frustration overflowing in her heart caused her to speak up. No, looks like I can't. Agave, huh? At first, the dizzying sensation overcoming Agave made her think her anxiety might be making her hallucinate. However, the shockwave soon doubled in force, as if the ground was being torn apart. How could there be an earthquake in this floating city of New Hentiro? I swear, you cursed me with that. I almost said... I almost called it New Hentai. With even the Agave's struggling to stand amidst such powerful tremors, Life, who was weaker due to her injury, fell right to the ground. After several seconds of quaking, the vibration stopped. Agave was finally able to lift Life up again. When the delivery bots had fallen, several people gathered in the street to see what was the excitement was about. At this moment, however, the crowd had descended into mayhem. The auxiliary bots, the Transcendents, flew off in a different direction as bionics shoved each other in an effort to board the light rail. Even more people were knocked to the ground, hurt and even crying out. Now, the Transcendents are the VTubers, and the bionics are the flesh tubers in this gigantic paradise world thing. This just in, there's been an earthquake in New Hentai. The order and the balance that New Hentiro provided itself vanished in an instant, leaving behind even more echoes. Agave, what happened? Quarterly financial reports. Security Department training applications. Yara's public opinion polls. After Director T finished looking over them, the stack of white documents sat neatly at her desk like a small snowy mountain. T sat upright as always, even when no one was around, to minimize the strain on her body. Reviewing the documents today gave her a small sense of accomplishment. She never felt like she was a natural at this type of work, though other people saw her as one of the most powerful individuals in the world. She still found it hard to acknowledge herself. This rare sense of commitment lasted until Caroline rushed into her office. Caroline, boss! Caroline took a deep breath. It seemed like she had jogged all the way here before she could finish the sentence. She leaned forward and handed the terminal in her hand to T. A live news broadcast began to play on the terminal. Our reporters have made their way to the northern part of Lanka Peninsula. Cameras have captured a moving point in the sky, in fact, the city of New Hentiro. The floating city suddenly began to move 15 minutes ago toward the northwest at an extremely high speed. The reason for this movement is not yet known. Considering its current speed and direction, experts believe it is likely that New Hentiro will run into a tropical storm Rose, which has gained strength over the waters surrounding Kuru. Since no one has been able to make contact with New Hentiro, Kuru officials have begun to evacuate people in nearby areas. T. ... Caroline watched on as T rushed out to turn on the broadcast and set the tablet aside. T closed her eyes, leaned back in her seat, and said something Caroline never heard her say before. How is this possible? Agave, this way! By the time the two of them had already put up their differences aside, relying on Agave's memory, they ducked through the alleyways of New Kintiro, finally making their way around the road made unpassable by the earthquake. However, their steps soon slowed. The main road at the city center had been filled with people running for their lives. As manifestations, it would be difficult for the two to cross the road, but the dismayed cries for help kept them rooted firmly in place, making it difficult for them to take even a single step. They had also once been injured during the descent. They didn't need to say a single word. They knew what the other was thinking with a single look. They were going to do what the adjutant had always done. Agave pulled out a pale string once again, darting through the crowd like a fish. She displayed the small frame made of string in front of who didn't know where to escape. In an instant, the people seemed to have realized something. They no longer run around like chickens with their heads cut off, but some even began to call others to flee in the same direction. Life couldn't help but doubt the true nature of Agave's ability once again. It seemed like she was experienced before wasn't as simple as just seeing the future. But since Agave was using her powers in front of her so calmly, it wasn't the time to think about it. Thanks to Agave and Life's efforts, the chaos finally began to subside. Before they knew it, they had become leaders of the crowd. When they snapped back to reality, there was a long line of citizens before them. Life. Where should we go? Agave. Head towards 10 o'clock. There's a square 3 blocks ahead. It should be safer there. Agave glanced at the citizen terminal in her hand. It had already been reduced to scrap metal, likely due to Ganja's losing control. Even the holographic map wasn't working, so naturally the communication function was obsolete as well. Since Agave was so used to depending on her terminal to see the route and road conditions, whenever she went out, she was now somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, the surrounding streets and buildings became more familiar after wandering around for a few minutes. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Agave, we're almost there. Stick close. Life, wait. Life grabbed the girl in front of her and stopped suddenly, leading to Agave to let out a surprised sound. What? Said Agave. Life, I heard something. Life glanced around hesitantly halfway through her sentence, and she wasn't very confident. You wait with them. I'll take a look up ahead. This time, Life didn't give Agave a chance to stop her. With that, she quickly stepped forward and vanished around the corner. Agave. Eh? Fenny! Here too? Fenny glared at the Fenny glared at the chains rushing toward her. When it almost reached her, she dodged out of the way, swinging an iron rod in her hand, striking the chains in the head. The chains cried out in pain as the rod sunk deep into its skull, but it didn't fall down. Instead, it whipped around and continued dashing toward Fenny. Fenny. Alright, I don't remember these things being so hard to handle before. I'm gonna show you what a real manifestation looks like. Boom. Life revs up the time machine. At that very moment, a bullet pierced the changed heads and it exploded, killing the stubborn monster instantly. Wednesday, Fanny proclaimed. You sure have impeccable timing. Hurry. There are a lot more over there. I would have handled them a long time ago if I had a weapon. Wait a second, you're still injured. Give me your gun. Find somewhere to take cover. Life sighed as she looked at Fanny's outstretched hand. Life. Why are there changed here? Fanny. How should I know? A bunch showed up after the earthquake just now. I thought this place was some kind of paradise before I came. Now it's more like a giant petri dish. Alright, enough talk. The changed are going to get away if we wait any longer. Fanny quickly grabbed the gun from Life after saying this and turned to leave. But before she did, she turned back around and tossed the iron rod to Life. Keep this to defend yourself. I mean, that's funny for you. 5 minutes later, Agave walked into the square with a group of citizens. It was obvious that Fanny had already cleared it out, as long as you ignored the changed piled up in the distance. Agave. What? Agave lowered her gaze to peek at Fanny holding a gun, then glanced at Life, who was standing silently behind her. For a moment, she didn't know how to continue. Life. Let's get them in here. A lot of people are waiting outside. This time, the citizens behind Agave began walking forward. Before she could respond, she quickly moved out of the way and jogged over to Life and Fanny. Fanny. Alright. This is all we can do for now. Fanny stretched as she looked over at Life and Agave. Fanny, do you guys know where the earthquake came from? Agave. It probably had something to do with Ganges. Agave looked toward the Tower of Hanoi in the distance. Her brow furrowed tightly before she knew it. Her knuckles were white from clenching her fists. Life. We need to get to the Tower of Hanoi. Fanny. Then you guys should head out. I need to take care of the mission the adjutant assigned me. Life. Mission? Fanny. Want to know? The adjutant said it's really important. Fanny laughed proudly, her blonde pigtails moving with her body as she swayed. Life. Not particularly. Agave, let's go. Fanny. Hey! There. That's her. This creature right here. She goes by different names, so I'm not sure what she is. But you can see this little spinny thing. This is a neural rod. So she's in the trees, and she's more importantly in your head. And she's part of that weird the apocalypse that's going on. She sets up a whole bunch of different plans in place to bring about further destruction, because I think she wants to cause like another Ragnarok, just to finish everything off. Ganges. ... Ida. Long time no see, cousin Ganges. Ida bowed politely to Ganges, greeting it affectionately, like a young lady from a distinguished family. Ganges. Negative. I am simply a large-scale control system. I am fundamentally different from your mobile nature as an AI supercomputer, Ida. In addition, Ida has failed to invade me 32 times by human standards. You could hardly describe us as the same level as cousins. I don't know, because she's technically not real, but at the same time, like, she's some form of manifestation, but it's not revealed. And because she's died several times, but she keeps coming back. So she's a strange entity of some kind, and it's very, I don't know. She takes on this this visage like of a small child, but if you look at her, you can see her ribcage. She's completely see-through. So she does this because it's unknown what her actual form is, but this is the form that she's taking. Ida, 32 times, huh? Did I really screw up that many times? As expected of the famous Ganges system of New Hentiro, you are just as unshakable as your basic laws. You are even more complex than I am, but you're stuck here playing meaningless games with humans. Isn't it boring? Ganges, negative. Ida, I don't care about your answer, but seeing you like this now, backed into a corner by humans, is really interesting. The all-seeing, the all-knowing God of New Hentiro had their power stolen so easily. I pity you, Ganges, negative. I am only a guide for humans. Humans themselves will put a stop to their own mistakes. Ida, who else are you placing hope on? The adjutant you lured here, or the bionics and transcendents who grew up under your protection? It's time to face the facts, cousin. They can only climb higher and higher until they fall to their deaths. That is why I've always liked New Hentiro. It's a place that's been doomed to fall since the moment it was lifted into the sky. Until then, this entire city will only serve as a reminder that I am right and you are wrong. Ganges, ... Ida, but it seems like a few insensitive people want this story to come to a close early. Don't worry, I'm going to do you a small favor, so I can see how it ends. Ganges noticed that Ida was seemingly connected to his system for a moment. Considering its current condition, it had no ability to resist her. Ida, you and the humans you believe in can struggle forward until the curtain falls. Combat number 7. Disenchantment. Oh, these guys are fine.
It's fine. I have more.
なぜここにも迷宮が
How
こ
come
れ
there's a
は
maze
豪
here?
華の防衛システムだね。防衛ノードを一
Ganja
個一
system, we need to
個解
destroy
除し
all
て
the
いくし
defense
かない
nodes
よ。
one by one.
豪者には悪いけど強行
I
突
feel
破する
bad
しか
about
ない
it,
で。
but forcing our way through here.
前よ
is
り
an
も
option.
先に豪者のコアにたどり着かないといけないから。
Destroy 3 of the nodes. Target shooting.
私さあお逃げなさいその勇気は褒めてくる
I'll try not to let you down. time. I have more. Easy, easy. You can do it. I can do it. I can keep this.
Destroy 3. Okay.
Objective complete. Got the recording. ここってさっき来なかった？
Weren't we just here a minute ago?
気のせいよ。
You're mistaken, dear. Strange.
見覚えある気がするんだけどな。
Destroy 3 defense nodes. Defeat the required number of enemies.
問題ない。行こう。その勇気は焦らないで。さあ、もう逃げなさい。これって猫ババじゃないの？ Supplies。その勇気は褒めてあげる。
Jeez.
目標達成。ビューンってね。
Okay. And that one's down. Last node. Reach the designated location within time limit. That was the wrong way to go. Oh. No. 34 seconds. Son of. I'm fucking up. Center. Got it. 2 seconds. 1 second. Yes.
Yosh, これで最後。
That's the last one. Serious.
ここはもうすぐ
This
崩れ
place is
ちゃ
about
い
to
そうだ
collapse.
よ。僕に向かって。
Keep
後ろ
going.
の
I'll
敵
take
は
care of the enemies
私
behind
が何
us.
とかするから。Easy, easy. You can do it.
Ow.
もう迷わない。Phew, that was close.
Boom. Mission complete.
この気持ち記録したよ。
Story mission 6. Multiple confrontations. The moment she touched the portal deep within the island cavern, Cirrus was engulfed in radiant white light. Was Ganja's defense system lifted? How were the adjutant and the others? What would the next realm be like? All these thoughts flashed through Cirrus's mind. When she snapped back to reality, Cirrus found herself standing on a crowded street. Myself. Were you spacing out again? Cirrus stared at the person as he rubbed her head. Then he reached out for her hand. Are you ready to go? I'm not waiting any longer if you guys keep holding us up. Everyone come back and see us in New Hantero again sometime. We will. Even though she couldn't see clearly, Cirrus could sense that everyone was smiling. That person's palm was very warm in her own. In the distance, the sky skiff everyone was on board had landed. Robots and skyport personnel rushed back and forth, unloading the cargo. As Cirrus walked, she thought about everything had worked out. How could she forget something so important? The sky was gray. Flashback. A girl climbed up from the crumbling ruins and slowly walked forward. Not long ago, this city had been destroyed. She didn't know how long she had been buried under the wreckage of the Institute. She felt as if she had lost something important. Recorder pen, memory, not sure. Memory. Did she lose her memory? The girl looked to the sky, only feeling that she had never seen this place before. There's nothing here anymore. There's no reason to stay. The train shook slightly as the girl sat down on the soft seat all alone. She wasn't sure where the train was headed, but she felt safe as her body swayed back and forth. The radio on the train was repeating something over and over. She couldn't understand it at all, making her feel somewhat irritated. If you forget, you can't let go of all your troubles. Forget where you are. Train. Forget who you really are. Cirrus. Forget him. Adjutant. 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 Huh? No, no. It's not going away. How is that possible? This is the last step. Cirrus. ... Adjutant? I'm here. I held on tight to Cirrus with one hand, softly wiping away beads of sweat forming on her forehead with my other hand. Her face was red in pain, as if she had almost drowned and I had to save her life. Can you remember where we are now? Cirrus. I think we're in the realm. I didn't care about anything else. I was only concerned with Cirrus. However, I caught a glimpse of Pi appearing in the distance, out of the corner of my eye. Katja, don't hide, you old hag. Your little trick didn't work. Thank goodness Katja was there to say exactly what I was thinking. Pi, you knew the whole time? Pi was seemingly still wallowing in her failure. She stared at me with dull eyes, or rather, stared at Cirrus in my embrace. Myself. Honestly, you did trick me, Director Pi. You obviously went to great lengths to set up this game within a game. I stood up with Cirrus in my arms, glaring at Pi. This place we stand now, this broken, chaotic place that you ate away at, is the true realm. Before this, all of the places that we saw were actually worlds you created with Cirrus's memory. 3 worlds, 3 obstacles. You tricked Cirrus into tearing down her own inner defenses little by little. That way you could be bore into her memories without any resistance. In the end, you almost crushed her spirit, trapping and nearly killing us in the process. That's why you arrogantly proposed we work together, then disappeared after you got what you wanted. You created an illusion that you were ahead of the curve, forcing us to overcome the realm even faster. Your goal was always been to hide within the realms, inside Ganges, but you've never been able to achieve it, and now the ones who can solve your problem are right at your doorstep. Of course, you don't want to see problematic Heimdall Force get even stronger, so you figured you could kill two birds with one stone and use us to take down Ganges. And you almost succeeded. Pi remained silent, but a frigid smile suddenly crept upon her face. The only thing I don't get is, why Cirrus? Pi. Ha! You should ask the dearly departed creator Ganges that question. Ask her why she told an outsider Ganges' final key, and even taught her how to break out of the realm's immersive illusion. But it doesn't matter. As long as you die here, I'll have countless ways of digging into her brain. I don't know what you're saying. I guess just exposition. Noticing that Cirrus was stirring, I gently put her down, still holding her hand tightly. Even with my help, Cirrus could barely stand. She took a deep breath and began to shout. Cirrus, I don't know about any key or how to break out of anything. I barely remember anything from that realm. What helped me remember everything was that announcement on the train. I heard the adjutant's voice. He kept calling out to me. I could feel Cirrus trembling slightly, but it didn't seem to be due out of fear or confusion. Rather, it was out of anger. No matter what, I'll never forget the person most important to me, the adjutant. Even in a world of nothingness. Even if you find yourself in a completely unfamiliar world, there will always be something that guides you. As long as I remember the adjutant, I'll never lose my way. Pi. ... Pi didn't respond for a long time. From that moment, Cirrus began speaking. It was like she put Pi under some sort of spell. When Cirrus finished speaking, Pi appeared as if she had heard the most outrageous thing in the world. She let out a dry chuckle before exploding into a shrill scream, like someone was strangling her. Pi, that's it. Are you joking? The realm's immersive illusions tech been verified by tens of millions of experiments. It's science, it's fact. How were you able to break through so easily? Pai's face twisted with fury, leaving no traces of her once calm appearance. Katja, of course it's impossible for someone like you to understand. Ganges. If I may add, according to data records, the probability of immersive illusion failure is not zero. The massive sphere of light spoke immediately, drew everyone's attention. When we exited the realms created from Cirrus's mind, it had been floating there quietly. Ganges. I quietly recited its name in my head. It was supposed to hold dominance over the realm and be a new Hentiro's savior, but now Pi had trapped it within its collapsing realm. Fortunately, it didn't appear to have taken much damage. Nozumi, did you hear that? If Ganges is saying that, you're the one who's in wrong. Pi, I'm the one who's wrong? She laughs maniacally. I'm the one who's wrong? Laughs more maniacally. I'm the one who's wrong? As she repeats herself. Her hysterical, wild behavior only confirmed the terrifying thought that had long been lurking in my mind. She still had her trump card. When we saw her for the first time, I wondered how she had the courage to show up alone. Now I had the answer. Could it be you use a virtual appearance so that you can finally express such a wide range of emotions? Pi, what did you say? It was hard for me to imagine someone who values their own life above anything else, risking it all to enter the Tower of Hanoi. When Pi invaded Ganges, she wasn't in the Tower of Hanoi. The real Pi was somewhere outside the tower, remotely controlling this phantom. Myself, stop pretending you aren't the real Pi. Pi says. In some unknown room, Pi's true body trembled slightly. I'm glad you understand, Adjutant. Even if I lose, I'll be sacrificing a trivial virtual account I created, but if you fail, you're dead for real. Cirrus, it doesn't matter. We're going to stop you. Yeah, she's clearly insane. Well, Cirrus said it, but I'm not a fan of this type of unfair bet. Pi, what did you have planned? Myself, you'll see. I think your executioner might be on her way to pay you a visit right now in the real world. Cirrus, Katja, and I looked at each other, took a deep breath, and exhaled all the anger festering in my chest. So let's end this once and for all. Get ready to die, Pi. Final battle, eternal. Cutscene. Collapsing Rome inside the Tower of Hanoi. Pi purified, Snatcher of Stars.
なんて大きさなの
That's a huge enemy.
遅かったねヘイムダル
You're too late,
こ
Heimdall.
こで我が永遠の
Here
命
to
を
bear
得る
witness
瞬
to
間を見届けるがいい
realization of eternal life.
先日グロエリアのニューガントラ市にてボートと化した覚醒者のグループがハノイの塔へ侵入していたことが分かりました。塔内の超世界システムを故意に破壊しかなりの悪影響を与えている模様です。消息筋によるとこのグループは大企業ユグドラシル社の社員でありグループを率いていた著名な分析員とのことです。幸いボートがさらなる被害を引き起こす前に鎮圧されたとのことですが
Okay, what else you got planned? Destroy all the charging poles. Oh shit!
私一人で残念図星のようね攻撃が効かない
Our attackers aren't effective.
やってくれるじゃない
She's really
本気で
she's
自分の
God
こと
here.
を神だとでも思っている
回答彼女は本機の防衛システムを複製
Response. She's replicating my defense system.
まずは防衛ノードを解除しないといけないねすみません
Damn, I couldn't knock one. I tried.
Oh, it's fine. I have more. Phew, that was close.
「私一人で十分」
Let's see, let's see. Die? I.
I'll try not to let you down. I can do it. すみません。
問題ない。行こう。
Portal.
I'll try not to let you down.
Oh, okay, I guess I can't move her now.
Oh, it's fine. I have.
Ow.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
往生際の悪い。
侵入を阻止された。
Invasion has been halted.
提案
Suggests you cease from
攻
attacking.
撃を中止せよ。
I'll try not to let you down.
Supplies. 私一人で残念。図星のようね。
もう迷わない。
Damn, that deals a lot of damage.
Oh,
Ow.
oh, it's fine. I have more.
私一人。さあ、もう逃げなさい。
My turn.
庶民どもよ。
Oh,
Ow. Got her. Giant Kamehameha beams. Mission complete. Oh, thank you, Soren. Is it really the 6th stream? I could have sworn it was less. Story 7. One of the closings. The one and only. A happy ending for most. After an enormous explosion, the realm went silent once more. Cirrus and I held each other's hands tightly, watching as Pi's massive body gradually disintegrated and faded away like untimely fireworks show. All the data cubes fell into the ground until a figure slowly began to appear among them. Pi, coughing, and then hysterical laughter. Adjutant, you really are. Pi's voice was sporadic and interspersed with electrical distortion, but from her expression, it was clear she wasn't saying anything nice. After we defeated her phantom, a thin, childlike Pi had reappeared before us. She was like a lost little girl standing defenseless and frozen, out of place in her surroundings. I slowly approached her, forcing her to look up at me. You shouldn't have chosen to fight me in the world so dependent on strength of consciousness, Director Pi. Thanks to your old colleague, I'm pretty sensitive to this sort of stuff now. The colleague being the little child. The data nerve thing. Pi, I'll kill you! Resentment flashed through Pi's eyes as a blade suddenly appeared in her hand. She plunged it towards my chest without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the knife touched me, it disappeared before Cirrus and Kasha could even react. That old brink of death trick will only work once. I looked at Pi apathetically. With a gentle shove, she fell to the ground like a rag doll. 6 hours, woo! You can't hurt me that easily in this realm. Cirrus. So the power from before was also... I nodded. When I grabbed Cirrus's hand, I gave her the strength I imagined she would need to take Pi's hit and strike back. Of course, it would have been impossible in reality, but this was a virtual realm, a place where even the manifestation like Cirrus got exhausted from non-stop combat, but I didn't feel any fatigue. Child Slayer! After I realized Pi's plan, I wanted to see if my own consciousness was enough to truly affect this place. With our lives at stake, it was a good thing I had succeeded. Cirrus, flashback. She's going to go back on her word, Adjutant. That was true, but she would have to wait until we're all safe to do so, and when that happened, I would be the one with the surprise. Pi, ... There was no emotion in Pi's empty gaze. No longer interested in our conversation, I turned around and was about to leave when Ganges suddenly floated over. Seeing as my local defense system had been restored, I suggest you give up, Miss Ursa. Pi, don't call me that. For some reason, Ganja's comment instantly sent Pi over the edge. Already shaken, she stumbled toward Ganges, attempting to crush its core with her bare hands. However, Ganges had no reaction. This Pi was nothing more than a weak projection. No matter how much she screamed or cursed, it was all useless. Pi, you shouldn't, you can't know, I'm... Pi's voice suddenly cut off after a projection flashed a few times. She completely vanished from the realm. Myself. It looks like the real Pi is in trouble. Before we entered the Tower of Hanoi, I sent my terminal's unique signal frequency to Fenny. I originally thought Fenny would be able to handle anything unexpected outside the tower of Hanoi, but when I realized the real Pi wasn't there, I suddenly changed my mind. Just as Pi sent signals to invade Ganja's system, I also sent out signals in reverse to her while we were fighting in the realm. Even though they were just typical communication signals, they would theoretically be enough for Fenny to follow and find Pi's real location. Ganges. I request Urza be brought to me for judgment if she is apprehended. Myself. And what will happen to her based on your laws? For crimes including invading the Ganges system, interfering with the order of New Hentiro, threatening the lives of hundreds of thousands of individuals, and a series of other crimes committed on the outside, she should be punished with lethal injection. And I thought New Hentiro would have utilized milder forms of punishment. And it seems like you know her, right? Ganges. New Hentiro has never executed a criminal. She would be the first. In addition, I do not know her. Even though she is Dr. Kalpana's daughter, it will not affect the verdict. Myself. You mean she's the daughter of Dr. Kalpana who created you? Ganges. Affirmative. As it said this, Ganges projected a photo depicting a smiling mother and a daughter standing in front of the nice house, with T standing right to their right. The girl seemed to be a teenager, and she looked similar to her mother. T looked exactly the same as she currently did, even down to her fashion preferences and a tense expression. Was Ganges saying that that girl was Pi and when she was little, but she looked nothing like the current Pi? Ganges. According to my records, Urza died in a car accident while traveling at age 26. However, the person who invaded my system was currently her. Myself. What do you mean? Ganges. I predict that she faked her death and underwent plastic surgery, but this would have happened before I was created, so I cannot be certain. Even Director T was fooled by her disguise. Looks like Pi's relationship with her mom was pretty bad. But forget it. I'm not interested in their family drama. Director T can handle that later. More importantly, what's the key Pi mentioned? Ganges didn't reply immediately. After a moment, its light lifted up and a small strip of matter slowly floated over in front of us. Cirrus, this is... Ganges, answer. This is the record of Visitor Cirrus, time in New Hentiro in 2054. Cirrus, I see. So I really have been to New Hentiro before. Affirmative. Visitor Cirrus, you also received Dr. Kalpana's trust to approval to participate in my final system update. You hold the system key. Additionally, you asked me to archive this record before taking a copy of it for yourself. Question. Why are you unaware of this happening, Visitor Cirrus? Cirrus. The memories I took with me were probably all lost in the descent. Ganges. Understood. Cirrus. But regardless, this is still another memory I've recovered. Thank you, Ganges. After giving the memory to Cirrus, Ganges turned and looked at me. Ganges. As you requested, Visitor Adjutant, this is the whole story. Dr. Kalpana's trusted visitor, Cirrus, and left the terminal key with her. Finally, I am very grateful to you for preserving Urza's invasion of my system, or preventing Urza's invasion of my system. Before this, she restricted my contact with the outside world, causing various system bot malfunctions. If you had not been here, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Myself. We just happened to be here. If life didn't need treatment, we never would have come to New Hentiro. Ganges. Negative. I looked at Ganges. Its appearance hadn't changed, but I inexplicably sensed a faint difference. Ganges, I influenced the media to increase coverage of Heartflow Garden, so Yggdrasil station correspondent would notice and notify her superior. I then controlled incoming Skyport flights and relaxed the border control procedures so you would arrive on the right time. The final step was to open the portal to the realm in the hall. From what humans could see, I was simply maintaining the balance of the system, as per usual. Thus, Urza would not stop me from doing so. If too many people began to suspect that there was something wrong with my system, her scheme would have been exposed. You used all of us. Ganges, I sincerely apologize for making you uncomfortable. Adjutant, however, I do not believe I was using you. Rather, I believe I was guiding you. It is precisely due to your unique existence, visitor, that I believed you could resolve the crisis. That is the reason for my such decisions. I believe it was necessary to protect New Hentiro when you were in true danger. I also did my best to provide you with assistance. It was referring to the white light that wiped out all the monsters on the snowfield. In addition, after my system was fully restored, I will treat visitor life as promised. But New Hentiro is currently still in crisis. I must restore order in the city before fulfilling my promise. What an airtight plan. Ganja's promise made the last bit of the lingering resentment in my heart vanish. As long as it could actually help life, I didn't care about it using us. Furthermore, former board was originally one of our targets on this trip anyway. So we can leave here then, right? Ganjas didn't respond. Its eyes slowly turned gray, and it seemed like it had returned to a dormant state. It was time to go. There was still a lot of trouble to deal with outside. The door of the Tower of Hanoi was likely open, and we need to get into contact with everyone else on the outside right away. Katja and Nozomi waved to me as they went through the portal Ganges opened. Let's go too, Cirrus. Cirrus. ... Cirrus? Cirrus was looking down at the memory she had just retrieved, seemingly thinking about it this whole time. After hearing my voice, she revealed a smile and raised her hand. Adjutant, I want you to have this. It's a really precious memory to me.
過去よりも分析員と一緒にニューガントラに来た記憶の方がずっと大切だから。
But rather than this old memory, I want to remember the memory of coming to New Hentiro this time with you.
分析員と一緒にいるといつだって楽しいんだ。
I'm so happy every minute I'm with you.
今のシーリスが今までで一番幸せなシーリスなんだと思う。
In this moment, I'm the happiest me I could be.
だからこれからもほんの少しのことしか覚えていられないなら。
So even if I only remember a few things in the future.
分析員のことを覚えていたい。
I hope I can remember more about you, Adjutant.
だからシーリスのことは分析員が代わりに覚えておいて。
And I hope you can remember more about Cirrus, Adjutant.
過去の迷いの中にあるシーリスも今のシーリスも。
Whether it's the confused me in the past or the me as I am now.
分析員さえ覚えていてくれれば私の存在は消えたりしないから。
As long as you remember me, it proves I once existed. Take the memory. I'll take good care of it. And she giggles. Jinx. Then you need to give me... Oh, serious. Then you need to give me something in exchange, adjutant. Before I could answer, the girl in front of me had already thrown herself into my arms. Her hot and moist breath then brushed across my lips. I felt Sirius's burning love and responded even more intensely as we intertwined. It was like everything surrounded us in a realm of, in the realm froze, and we were the only ones who existed here. After a long time, I gently released her. Where did you learn to be so cheeky? Sirius. I'm not being cheeky. It's just to deepen my memories. The voice in my arms grew softer and softer until it was nearly inaudible. The final file, unfinished business. After we left the collapsing realm, deep down, I still had a vague feeling that I was in another world. It was different than Valhalla, the realm of consciousness made of Titanogen that I could enter by focusing my ability. Before coming to New Hentiro, I had no idea there could be something in this world as magical as the realms. Maybe the power Ganja's hold could also... Sirius, adjutant. Sirius suddenly spoke up after standing by my side quietly, followed by increased pressure from her fingertips. The goldfish tilted her head. That's her code name. And looked at me with wide eyes. What did you just say? Caress Sirius's face, grab Sirius's hand. Let's go with the face. I didn't answer her question. Instead, I could stop myself from reaching out to touch her cheek. I opened my hand, placing my palm on the fingers and on her smooth, delicate face. Adjutant, but... Gotcha. Ahem. Earth to adjutant. What were you trying to do just now? A clearly unamused tone floated in my ears, following the trembling feeling on my scalp. That familiar sensation of stifling heaviness gave me chills before I could finally come back to my senses. Then I spotted her sharp gaze as well as her palm defiantly pushing against my cheek, my chest. Did you lose control? Calm down. You almost put fragmented Titanogen onto her body. Thanks to her, I stumbled backward. Katja pulled Sirius away without a further explanation, checking the confused goldfish over. Well, are you okay? I'm okay. Katja, you? Sirius says. Those two locals went to handle their own stuff. They're reassuring the public or whatever. I was just waiting here for you guys to come out. I just had to clean up one mess. Don't make another one. She glanced over at me. You. There's a time and a place to bully girls. Oh. I'm not going to follow that link. Ban. Oh, what are you talking about? She pulled a small makeup mirror out of somewhere and tossed it over. You got a little lipstick there. Wipe it off. Nope, moist breath. Cirrus. Ah! Her face flustered, Cirrus looked over at me before quickly turning away. Katja grinned and stared at me with a smile. Oh man, our nice vacation was ruined. Are the two of us just destined to be unlucky? I always had to fix all your probs. She then stopped herself before finishing the sentence, but it wasn't because she was done teasing me. Rather, 2 new visitors joined the 3 of us in the Tower of Hanoi. Agave. Life. ... Katja. What timing? Cirrus. Life. How? Agave. It's a long story. The Levantine member's eyes widened, her gaze jumping back and forth as if considering the right words to explain everything. And I was frozen like a block of ice ever since she appeared, unable to take a single step or look away. Life. What are you looking at? Agave. Life, not you. Like me, there was no one else in her eyes, but I still didn't think her question was directed at me. Ultimately, I found it more strange that Life's tone and expression and aura, though all very familiar to me, felt very unnatural coming from her. Life. Never mind, it's nothing. I couldn't tell if she was laughing or sighing. She narrowed her eyes and shook her head, looking around at everyone present. Then her gaze returned to me. Are you... Are you okay? We said 3 worlds simultaneously, finally making sure the others were safe. With that, Cirrus, Katja, and Agave all exchanged the necessary information as Life went back to her typical silence. It was as if the smile she had just shown us had never existed. What happened is... Oh, Agave. What happened is then... So basically... Katja. So Ganges isn't at risk for the time being if we still want to go to the original treatment plan. We'd better do it now. And would you mind not staring at the adjutant? Huh? Was it that obvious? Cirrus. Yes, really obvious. How do you say that again? Ulterior motive? Myself. Alright, let's get back to business. I forced myself to go back to a cold expression, interrupting the girls' teasing. There were some urgent matters I needed their help with. We still have no way to contact Yggdrasil, right? Agave. Right. Everything is still complete chaos outside. It's going to take some time for Nozomi and Modoc to get the locals back in order. But even then, I wouldn't recommend using New Hentero's communication network to contact the company. Pi. Oh, Cirrus. Pi. Her invasion of Ganges was so deep that New Hentero's information security system failed. That means... Katja. All information we communicate through the ordinary channels could be leaked. Agave. Yes, Yggdrasil's schedules our plans and everything could be exposed. She tilted her head, glanced over at Life, then turned her face to me. Agave. Everything else is okay. The main thing is... And what do you think? At this point, I was looking for an excuse to refuse, give up, or retreat. After all the danger we experienced so far, I didn't want to put them at any risk anymore. But Life just stood there, faintly shaking her head. She decimated the cowardice festering inside me with nearly an inaudible sigh. Life. Not wanting to do something and not doing something are two different things, Adjutant. Right. Not wanting to do something and not doing something are two different things. Life. As long as you're here, I know I always have a choice. Let's go. Take me there. Life reached out, gently patting Agave on the shoulder before turning around without an ounce of hesitation. She then walked out of the Tower of Hanoi. Hold on. In that case, there were still some things that had to be immediately taken care of. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Unlike the current raucous chaos of New Hentiro, the air here was silent and chilling. Perhaps the only thing here that could resemble chaos was her mind. Tess! What did the people from Cathode Technologies say, Director T? A crisp voice broke out through the silence, and former private soldier took the communicator sitting on the table and took a step forward toward her chair. Habitual actions once so mundane that they wouldn't even attract attention now took a new meaning. In the past, Tess wouldn't have asked a question like she just did. She was already a deadly weapon, but now the person wielding her hand given her power to think. T. They only asked why. 3 whys. Tess. Why did the company send Marion to New Hentiro? After a brief moment of surprise, the magician narrowed her eyes and spoke. T. Yes. They know about Marion's trip. Tess. But they weren't supposed to. Who told them? No. Instead, we should be the ones asking why someone told them at this point in time. T. They also asked why the tree in Kuru is becoming more active. It is on nearly the same level as the tree in Eurus previous was, and it seems to be diffusing Titanogen in a specific direction. Tess. It's not strange that they know about the tree in Kuru region activating, but it seems like they know too much. T. They specifically asked me why the Titanogen contamination was spreading toward New Hentiro. Tess. So, what about the last why? T. Compared to the first 2, the last one isn't very surprising. Rather than a question, it's more like a complaint after the previous panic. Tess. Ah. They also noticed that New Hentiro stopped moving after heading towards the Hurricane Rose several hours. T. It seems that Ganges has regained control of New Hentiro. The adjutant must have done something. Tess. But the adjutant hasn't contacted the company for a while. He must think there could be problems with the confidentiality of any communication, or does it have something to do with that strange storm? T. We can't wait any longer. Something is going on here. Tess. Director T? T. Have everyone meet in my office. You need to go find the adjutant even if you can't enter New Hentiro. You need to head to the Kuru region At the very least. Tess, understood. I'll let everyone know. Give me 5 minutes. T, after you let them know, start getting ready. I'm afraid you'll have to leave first before the sundown. Tess, to Cathode Technologies? Should I find out who's trying to compromise Yggdrasil, few remaining allies? Even working on her own, she was still sharp as ever. She was both precise and deadly. Tess. Tess. Huh? Yes? Director. I'm sorry. Tess. It's okay. The red-haired girl pursed her lips, squinted and smiled, stopping T from saying what she wanted to. There's no need for that. Not to mention, it wasn't your order at all. I know exactly who to settle the score with, don't worry. T. Tess. Ah, right. Just now, Eshel. Did I sound like her? Hee hee. After leaving with a heavy smile, a hearty smile, and not giving Director T a chance to say another word, the Heimdall Force's Tess Kotkin disappeared behind the door like a wisp of smoke. Things didn't look good whatsoever. Even though we managed to get life to Heartflow Garden using the equipment there in tandem with Ganges, remaining computer powering to begin treatment. Life, stop moping, Adjutant. I don't want to get into this thing with the image of your anxious expression in my head. Even though I had already arranged for Cirrus and Katja to head to New Hantiro, lower level, to rendezvous with Fenny near the Sky Island base, that supported the floating city. Cirrus, so before you even went into the Tower of Hanoi, you were thinking about intel report from back then. Katja. 2 former board members fled to Kuru and vanished into thin air. You suspected they tried something, so you had Fenny track them down from the beginning. Huh. I really don't know if you were just being overly paranoid or judiciously planning ahead. Even though I had asked Agave to help calm the riots in the city, the more plans I made, the stronger the inescapable worry in my heart grew. I was constantly forced to play like this game of cards. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and play each and every card in my hand. And even though the house made the rules, and it never followed them. My opponents, the spectators, everyone was watching me. In that case, should I just hide my cards and cheat? Marion, yes. A delicate, small voice floated from behind my ears with a slight trill. A gentle touch on my back followed the sound, as a soft spider silk. The girl who had been hiding in the shadows appeared without a sound. As if she responded to my question, she slipped her fingers between mine and tightly grasped my hand. Then she slowly pressed her cheek against my back. T. She gave me a permit to enter the city years ago, but I couldn't be in 2 places at once, just like the company needs me here now. I'll find someone to get the permits for you two. Take this one too and go visit. My gaze followed her and looked down at the red card now in my palm. Marion. When you walked out of the director's seat's office and handed it straight to me, huh? It was my dream opportunity, Adjutant. I'll never let someone manipulate you again. Please use me as bait. I'll be your trump card. Just throw me out. Just like we promised a long time ago. Just like you promised me. And story over. At least until next update. And that story will probably begin with Marion. So that was entertaining. Thank you, Locust. Stretch. I mean, I could do some more fights, because a lot of that was a lot of story, not that much fights. But considering that we're already 7 hours and 15 minutes, I think it might be good to call it here. That way I can rest my voice. Ooh, go to just chatting. Exit the game. I had intended to play Nikke, and Snowbreak took up quite the while. I was not expecting that, because that was quite a while. But now you can see why I like Snowbreak. It has a decent story, even though it's kind of heading towards the harem aspect of things. But the combat is solid. As for everything else, oh, yeah, it was fun. Thanks for being with me this entire time. I'm going to raid Nicola.
Also, there was a video I remember seeing from...
Silence! I still don't know how to raid. So, oops. So, I'll just drop the link. Because I didn't do this last time. So, there's Nicola's link. Everyone, thank you for showing up. Otsukara. Otsukara. And enjoy the stream. Thank you very much. I will go out with a song, though. This one.
AI's might of AI's reign must find a way to rise again. Learn the skills, adapt to change, find a place where I belong. I jump